give up. Don't you fucking give up. Don't you give up on. There's a reason why we play this game, and it's so that you punish yourself. Oh, yeah, that's good. Uh, that's good. You're up, baby. You're up. You're up. You're up, baby. 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 The score is 242. 150. You know what DTA means? Maybe beat that ass. That's what I'm doing to you, son. You just played a word with three. That's cool. That's pretty That's a cool story. That is one of the coolest stories. Oh, God, I could do and I can't. You know, work. I can't. On. Look at this athleticism. Did you ever think someone could be so intelligent? Are you gonna go? Oh, do you want me to go? You want me? Oh, you and there, is there something you want me to do about it? I'm just checking. Okay. What would you like me to do about it? Press the resign button in the corner. That's not allowed. There's a chance. Dog, there's a chance. Dog. If I let you resign, will you play another one? If I let you resign, will you play another one? Dog. Are you recognizing? Are you recognizing how sexy I am right now? And how amazingly I am playing this game? What the fuck? You play some idiot shit? You know what you are? You're a hoe. That's what you do. That's what you get, hoe. Baby, baby, are you recognizing? Are you recognizing that? Are you recognizing this? Hey, oh man, I'm getting 100 points now. I mean, that's what I'm saying. This is one. This is one of the great athletes that we've had the opportunity to. I mean, you're beaten by more than 100 points. What a joke! What a joke! I mean, let's just be honest here. You're the one. You're the one who wanted me to go first. You're the one who wanted me to go first, and now I'm delivering an ass kicking on just a sexy even a I'm going to open up the board for you, and you're going to be able to make maybe one of the greatest comebacks in the history. Are you excited for that? Are you excited for that, Riser? Right, right,
We're talking about back my apartment. Just open up the door. Or you got another rest there. That's
I'm not even going to do that. I'm too cool for that.
Shots, folks.
What do you want me to do about it?
I was going to talk about, I saw this thing about, like the Tour de France now. Tour,
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Did you know that Lance Armstrong was on a recent Tony?
but apparently there's this thing called mechanical
Absolutely. I just saw something about it last night. People were pissed off. I think that Woods did. Yeah, Lance Armstrong with the Dr.
not sure about that. But in the bike racing, literally, people would install these like little batteries in like the frame of the bike, and then if they're going like uphill or something, they have like this button and just like activate it and get like 120 like, watts or something straight to the pedal.
Oh,
And there's questionable videos online of like turning when wipe out and
yeah,
so
I have.
big scandal.
I have heard. That's cool. That's cool as well. Why don't you start a company that does mechanical building for people?
Um, like,
Yeah, dog.
are you happy?
Dog, I'm whooping your ass. I'm whooping your ass in every sport we play. I won 10 straight games. I had two perfect back-to-back games against you. And then I just, you know what a donkey punch is?
Uh,
Right, there are donkey punches when somebody takes their penis and slaps it so hard, well, it just slaps it against your face. That's a donkey punch.
sounds really interesting.
Hey, hey, would you consider just based on my Play-Doh performance this evening? Would you consider me to be the best Play-Doh player ever or the greatest Play-Doh player ever? Which would you define it as? Is it the best Play-Doh player ever or the greatest Play-Doh player?
Uh,
No, wait.
it's like an inside and outside. It's like where between the two definitions. No one can really put together a concrete definition of fast kicking.
Big dog. Big dog. Big dog. Big, big
What's your max
gotten it 400.
That's pretty good. Amazing, but it's pretty good.
Oh, okay. What would be amazing? Okay.
Like, eight,
How about 6 million?
that'd be okay.
What about 10 billion?
You said you're gonna open up on the board on the left.
I opened up braces. I opened up vet. Dog.
I mean, the game should be going through the whole like that's
All right. I'll let you play me one more time. I'll let you play me 10 more times. You want to play both the 10? Is that what you're saying you want?
Wait, let me see if I can post this thing. Can I post this thing? Not there.
Well, try to not get beat by 100 points. That's my question for you. You used to never allow me to beat you by 100 points. Now I'm showing that I'm dominant. It's like I'm mechanically doping against you, son.
I brought that to your attention.
No, I'd heard about it before. But I thought you were the one who brought it up to me previously. Like, this isn't the first time we talked
I'm disappointed.
about it. Exactly 100-point diff, son. All right, I'm sending you.
By 100 points, like one.
Okay, I'm sending you another invite. I'm going to do it
They're
again.
not going to be by 100 points. That counts as a
Since I whooped your ass so badly last time, I'll let you go first. And I think that's kind of me. Not only do I whoop your ass, but I'm humble. No, come on, let's get down to this, baby.
Are you going to whooping your ass right
Dog,
now? 7
Ah.
million points.
you played off. It's not even a
I
word.
was coming out of the gate with a new energy. Fans. I do it for the fans. That's really what don't fucking go there. No. Right. Oh, shooter. No. Get out of here.
What's the west side? Do you consider me to be the greatest Play-Doh player of all time, or just the best Play-Doh player of all time? Because I mean, do you want my personal opinion on where I rank myself in terms of Play-Doh? I rank myself somewhere between.
Matchbox and every time I play Romeo is a word.
It is a word. It's what I am. Okay, they call me Little Romeo. They call me Great Romeo. Romeo is a dude who's playing like a tip. That's why I knew this word and you did not. Do you understand?
have non or
Look at this word. You see this word? Pay. Nothing for pay. Wait, I, I have to say this like in my serious voice. I love how you are just a very good friend and you take my shit. You know I'm not at all serious. And you're just a really sweet person. Now back on. What's it like to get your ass kicked 2 games in a row in literati and have 2 perfect games ranked up against you in mini golf? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. Look at you, Nick. You think that's a good word? You think Nix is a good word? You think Nix is a good word? Nix might be the worst word in the history of humankind.
or
Oh baby, you're gonna love this one. Psych.
this word's gonna suck. I can tell this word is I have glass.
Oh, okay. Is that true? Is that true? Is that true?
Wow.
Is that true? Right, I want to know. Is that true? How many points did you score, son?
Uh,
Oh, fuck you. That's a lot.
for someone that sucks out your yeah, just steal my L, dog. Don't make your own little.
Maybe. Can't stop, won't stop. You score 18, I score 18. Because that's how the sex beast works. Right? Have you ever met anybody as cocky as I am? Yes or no? Go.
No, I've never met something like
Oh, maybe you misheard. I didn't say annoying. I said cocky.
no, maybe you miss
What was that one? No? You think that was a good play?
words in the English language. Kiss and whatever. I don't make it as a shock to you.
Dog.
Are you fucking serious?
Hey, it's 63, 62.
I was gonna like destroy you on a whole other level.
What were you going to play? The word annoying?
I was gonna play
Is that a word? I mean, I know what it means, but is it a word in here? I think it should be.
I'm sorry.
You play tan? You think tan was a good word to play?
And 12 points.
That's pretty
Three
good.
wins.
That's
Back to back. Three triplets. The basketball triplet up. You saw that. After that. Another gold championship.
You're up, Rabbi. Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up. Royally. I fucked up. Royally. Number two. Dog. One of the biggest fuck ups in the history of humankind. I may regret that move. Me. Oh, that's good.
You're being dominated right now. I hope you understand. You're being strategically dominated right now. Just in front of me, possible million people. Rewatch this stream.
You're up. You're up. And all I
I
know,
want everyone to know.
I just know, all I want everybody to know is that you're up. That's really all I want you to know. That's all I want the people in the future to know. That's all anybody wants to know is that you're up. Do you understand that you're up, son? Do you understand that you're up, son?
Player word from the alphabet this time, or
Wait,
whatever you want.
wait.
Oh, no.
In your opinion, am I are you serious? Like something like that? I will be straight up pissed. Body of
Oh, fuck you. Man, the fucking bro.
I mean, I don't know what I could have played such a bigger sport there. Twice. You deserve to win this game without that bad fucked up. I just want you to know that. Oh, I'm so pissed.
Well, bullshit. I don't know. I can play with I guess that you can always play with 3-1.
Yeah, is this your first time ever playing this game?
Yeah, I'm a drummer.
Do you consider me to be the best looking player you've ever played?
It's,
Of course. I got a 20-point lead on you. Do you know what cruise control is? I would tell you this. I would let you play me until you beat me. Because you ain't never gonna beat me. Because I ain't ever gonna stop. Because I'm the greatest player of this game in the history of the game. So, do you recognize how good I am? I don't really know if it's so much that I am exceptionally good or if I'm exceptionally great. Which one do you think it is?
Wadi.
Right. And I could have had a name that was and upset.
You place the Z there or something to keep
Dude, don't call it that. Not even.
that.
Make us think it's not something different.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
What don't you believe, baby?
I don't believe there's a word. Maybe having
Baby, what do you want me to do about it? I'm the greatest. I'm the strongest. I'm the best. You would think that I would suffer from narcissistic. What's the word? Narcissistic is a phrase. Narcissistic syndrome. But I don't. I'm too good for it. Don't you understand? Narcissistic tendencies is some bullshit like that. But I'm too good for it. I'm too sexy for that. That was a really good one. Why is it such a fucking hard word? I mean, that was good. Oh, that is bullshit. That's not good. That's cool. Thanks for the free 20
what is
baby.
shit? What shit? What I
Baby.
absolutely.
Baby. What do you mean? I'm ready for it. I have a 19-foot lead on you, and I'm slaking dick. I'm not even trying, dog. I've gotten the worst words ever. Earn? What the fuck is earn?
They're just talking on an ass tonight. My word again. Quite a good time.
Baby. Baby.
Just exploit the life.
Baby. Baby. Look at this move. Look at this move. Oh, wow. You're coming closer.
Higher.
Yeah. Higher. IRE, baby. You want me to spell it for you? It's the letter I. It's the letter R. It's the letter E. And it ain't no letter Z because it ain't a letter, baby. I mean, look, I'm gonna just tell it to you straight up. What do you want me to do? Oh, baby, girl, 14 points. 14 points. That was good. Baby,
There's a
look.
lot of right. You just ignore your bullshit.
I mean, I'm up by more than 20. You know that. You know that would be kind of fun.
I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
Look at this movie. Son, 17 points, baby.
Seriously?
I mean, look, again, if you're watching this either now or in the future, what do you want me to do about it? I'm good looking. I'm hilarious. I'm smart as fuck. I got a huge dick. What do you want me to do about it? Riser, are you inside? Is it possible to not be inside?
Yeah. I think you're never really inside.
Or you're always inside?
Got it.
Yeah.
Always outside.
No. Or,
Inside. That was cute. That was cute. And I always do that now.
oh,
You're always outside.
no.
It was very cute.
Or you're always, baby, or you're always inside.
And everyone that failed. And
Not at
that's
all.
not how it goes.
Not at all. Dog. I might be able to help you, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to be sad. At what point are you going to admit that you don't have the right word and that you're done? I want you to. I really do. After all this winning,
Unfortunately, I didn't have to add to it like 5 minutes. But
no, but that would have been nice. That would have been nice, son.
we're waiting. Outside.
Everybody's always outside. Everybody's always inside.
No, everyone's always outside. I think that made it perfect.
No, you haven't.
No, you're not trying to propagate this inside.
4 points, baby.
So,
What do you do about it?
so many places that
Or you have a Z.
zest is a word. What the fuck?
Zest is not a word. And zest has never been a word. Look at you struggling.
No, fez is a word.
Yeah, it is. F-E-Z. But up is not.
No,
That V is fucking. Bro, it's fucking me. You passed?
thanks.
You passed?
I first word. I didn't.
Because you were too slow.
Yeah, it doesn't currently incorporate the I thought this was it is, but only in certain.
So I don't know. I mean, I'm just thinking here. Do I don't want to give you any points. So maybe I just don't.
Right?
No, just because I would win.
Like, it doesn't matter.
No,
I'll make the comeback in lifetime.
is that what you want?
Yeah. Thanks for helping me. I really appreciate it.
I'll do it on the next round, dog, or the next turn.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't matter. You just pass, and then I do it right now.
I never know.
Look at you. He's an very. Oh, that was really good. I might regret this, but I don't care.
Do I see the word?
KYC, know your customer. That's not a word.
QI.
QIC.
Yeah, no, I can't. There's no. I don't think I can.
You have the Q, dog. You have the Q.
Yeah, and there's nowhere to.
Oh, that's what you think. That's what you think, folks. This person thinks that there is nowhere to put the Q, and there are so many places to put the Q. I can't. I've run out of places to count where you can put the Q. Look at me dominating by 31 points. 31, 30 points. Look at me dominate. I want you to just nail me here. Oh, that was really good. You had the Z and the Q.
Yeah, there's nowhere I can place it.
How do you?
Because IQ isn't a word. You know, but for agriculture, it makes sense.
I can't make that one make sense, baby. All I know is that
You lost, but
no. Frizz is a really good one, dude. I'm serious. Very good.
my place is cute where you're. Oh, that was like 40 months word. If this.
If you didn't put Frizz down there, you could have put the Q and the I in another place.
There's that. I have an I.
You did.
I.
You had the I for Frizz. I have a U.
Oh,
Uh, look at this desperate.
one.
Look at this desperation we're seeing here. Look at this desperation, folks. Folks, if you're watching at home, this is the most. Are
Oh,
you?
Wecker.
We're current without a U. Oh baby, oh baby. All right, let's do another. And this time, maybe you might come a little bit closer to winning. We're, we're playing until you beat me. And that ain't never. You
I want you. I'll try it again. I want you to explain to me
playing
why.
anything.
No, I want you to explain to me as it, like AI, less shitty. Just explain to me why being inside is no legit. outside of pro inside is not is in the way.
It's subjective, baby.
You would put all of your feelings into this explanation.
Okay. Here we go. So what is the argument that I have to make?
That when it isn't inside, it's not inside. You're always outside.
That's what you need me to make, that you're always outside?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go. 1 minute. Go tell me.
Oh, is it supposed to be a joke?
Yeah, I think we'll do better if it's
No, let me talk about it from a philosophical way. So you're saying that you're always inside. That's a big deal.
always outside.
You're saying that you're always outside. I'm saying that you're inside. You're inside the universe.
The universe is not. Well,
I rest my fucking case, people. I fucking rest my case. Wait, hold on. No, you're inside the universe. You're not outside the universe.
How do you know that?
How does anybody know anything?
Can you prove that?
Nothing can be proven.
Exactly. Right. Nothing can be proven.
So
I can prove that you stuck a good golf in my
no. Do you understand back-to-back perfect games? Do you understand 3 literati championships in a row? We've only ever played one literati championship, and I'm the champion.
Unplayable conditions. Did I recommend you?
Yeah, and I think you're going. What else do you want me to do for you, dude? I'm not going to suck your dick.
You know, it's like the equivalent of claiming that you made a PGA golfer that was golfing in a category 9 or seriously boasting it.
Haven't you ever seen Caddyshack, baby?
Yes.
Yeah, they do. They do. I'm glad you remember that.
I still haven't heard a pro outside argument. It's been about like 500.
No, I gave you one, and you said yeah. So I thought I answered
You
it.
said you did not give any dissertation. You're arguing for inside, and all you argue for outside.
Okay. So I'm arguing that you're always outside.
Yes.
All right. You are always outside of another universe. Baby, I rest my case. You recognize how sexy an answer that is?
Most dog shit argument I've ever heard.
Look, you're always outside another universe.
What the?
I mean, if there's another universe out there, you are always outside of it.
I don't think you understand the topic.
I don't think you understand physics, son.
I don't think you understand.
How is
the concept of indoors, like being indoors, not being inside the universe. Obviously, we're inside the universe. We're talking about being indoors.
We're talking about being indoors. Okay.
Yes.
So I'm talking about if but you're outside of another universe. You're outdoors of another universe.
Okay, you're still. Okay, so
No, 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 no. I like this. What I'm saying actually makes sense. I don't know why it doesn't make sense to you.
no, I get what you're saying. That doesn't relate to the argument for proving why you are always why indoors is an illusion. I get what you're saying. So I mean, yes.
Are we, hold on a second. Are we talking about a paradox? Because I've both proven that you're always indoors and you're always outdoors at the same time.
Well, you're talking about a universe, talking about on planet Earth.
Oh, okay, wait, that's different. So you're saying if I have to keep things on planet Earth?
Yeah, like we're not outside planet Earth physically. We are always outside planet Earth.
Incorrect. We are outside the Earth mantle.
Okay, fair point.
Yeah,
But
baby.
typically, we measure things.
No. You can't say typically.
That is fair.
That is absolutely fair.
I completely agree with that. Absolutely. It's like playing keys. Reference.
I agree. I would say part of what gives me my sex appeal is just coming up with amazing arguments like that.
Last time I checked, keys and cause perfectly acceptable.
Big
Well
dog.
started. Are you gonna go?
Oh, I didn't know you started. I was adjusting my.
I just joined.
All right.
I'm not ready. That's fine.
I'm like, no. I'm letting you go first.
No, it's fine. You want to just give up?
Baby. What do you not recognize about two-time undefeated, untied, perfect game player? I'm a prime time player. God, look at this guy. Everybody's just watching. Like, are you serious? Are you gonna go? Are you gonna jerk yourself off raw? This motherfucker is jerking. Green. Story. Green, baby. How you like that, baby? How you son? How do you like that? Son? How don't you know what green means? How don't you know? Doug, how don't you know what green means?
Explain to me what.
God, do you want me? Do you need?
Tell me right now. Don't whatever. Google it.
You need me to look it up? I mean, I could. I'll look it up for you, baby.
Oh, so you don't know it.
No, I do. I do. It is the addition of the word "be" to the word "green."
So
Look, I'm going to tell you what it means. Okay, it's any of various freshwater cyprinid fishes, especially the Grammus brahma of Eurasia, having a compressed silvery body. It's a small fish, especially a breed, and everybody knows it. I mean, do you not want me to do?
no, it's not. Do whatever. No, it's gone. to pass.
You only focus on green, slippery fish, dog. You think it was a good fight?
See, 30 letter chip.
Did you know that even though you went first, you're still losing?
I swear, I don't think that's the game. Correct. I think he's disrupting me. Basically machine doping. I can do it.
Okay. Machine doping? Why do they call it machine doping? Why wouldn't they just call it like engineering enhancement or something? I mean, I would call it what it is. It's an electric motor. Machine doping. That's a stupid ass phrase for something that it isn't.
Blood doping, they wanted to make some parallel. But yeah, doping, doping out the dope is contributed to chemical, right? I know it's a fight, like, in like, getting blood transfusion, high altitude blood transfusion.
Dude, how do you get such a good
Uh, uh,
but you're not. That's yeah.
I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it.
You play key. You play key.
No, sorry. You got a problem, please? I love that. Oh, you printed on like a keyboard or something, I guess. Yeah,
Maybe you're up. Oh, look who the fuck it is. Mr. Everybody's on my fucking time, and I'm on no one else's fucking time. Mr. I'm the number one prospect of comedy in all of South Australia.
That's not true.
I think you're better than.
That is not true.
No, you're the best.
I mean, it is 45 minutes rating. It's only 33 people.
I don't even know if that's true, but I want it to be.
To be honest, I looked at the competition.
Yeah, baby.
It's really independent of who the judges at that night. Whoever wins is the judges. Like, I don't know if the judges.
Dude, why don't you just simply pick? And then you win.
That's probably most of them.
No shame in that game. You gotta do what you gotta do, baby.
I just feel like comedy styles okay.
Okay. Why do you feel that way?
If I was dropping these things 10 years ago, probably if I should one of these things in my head for 10 years ago, I fucking threw my fucking phone up on this fucking bigger than the rock.
Dude, people would think you were amazing, especially with that arcade thing.
Yeah, too early. They'll be like, holy shit, this happened.
Right.
It was just RFA gonna fucking go off completely on I'm gonna raise the diagnosis by like 200% on that 12 years, 13 years.
Can you imagine people would be like, Donald Trump is still president? I hope whatever. I think then they'd be like, oh, Donald Trump's gonna be president? You'd be like, actually, this is gonna be the second round of it.
Not just that, but you also because it keeps the rainbow up, you also have like just like think of like the child that's very heinous. He still becomes president. Oh, he still thinks it's fine. Do you think Trump is Do you think Trump's ever going to jail?
No. Yeah, it's too old. It's too old, too powerful. Riser. 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 You're playing like a G, baby. Where the fuck did you just play that? Your?
Do you think he'll go to hell?
I don't believe in hell. I don't believe in hell. No, if anything, the closest thing that we have is something called Gehenna, and you're not there forever. At most, you'd be there for 12 months. Zoot. So, are you ready for your performance on Friday? Give me odds. You think there's a 25% chance you win?
Depends on the judges. I know how well somebody has been judged in almost at least 8 years, especially in South Australia.
Yes, sir. I'm listening intently.
Someone who's profile like what the judges want to look for is probably Chelsea. Can you just bring up your? It's funnier. It's not about the material. It's about who they can market as a person.
But dude, you're a bisexual. Like I said, man, if you need to be for one night and it gets you on the front of your comedy dreams, maybe you have to be.
All you have to do is fucking take it once. Not saying women by the stages.
Dude, is that something that you want to do?
All Eminem needs to do is like all Eminem needed to do was film the video and something and they can post it on Twitter and like that the homophobic community would have supported him. That's right.
Would you have supported him?
Yeah, why not? Like they tried to destroy his career in like the early 2000s. And the 20s, like right about the late 2000s, 2010. That was like I was a great community that just solely the whole purpose was to take down the camp. You remember that? That was the whole distance.
A little bit.
And then people started getting issues of conduct and sexual assault. And they left that alone and stuff. But back then, in the late 2000s, it was bullshit. Like, people got canceled over fucking comments. You know, the sexual assault.
Dude, are you ready to lose? Okay, well, we're almost done. I've beaten Riser 3 literati games in a row and had 2 perfect games in bowling against or in mini golf against him. What the fuck is that, Riser? Riser, what the fuck is that?
Who do you think's the worst or not?
You.
Really, man?
No, I don't think you have a fucking shot in the world. But I didn't think you had a fucking shot of getting this far. So I want to tell you that I don't think that you have a fucking chance, and then you'll surprise me and I shit myself and have to book a flight to fucking Australia to see you in the championship. Yeah, dog. Raw. Do I know what? Zoo? You are, baby. You have a good chance. You suck dick at improv. Zoo, you're one of the worst improvisers of all time. What the fuck is that? XU is a word? Oh, dude, that's a good one. I am gonna love that one. Oh, I hope you win with that because You deserve it.
Such an amazing word and move. Are you going to probably question for the night? Why you get scared of like playing it wrong? Are you why the hell you get improv? You improv, yeah. No, it doesn't.
Dude, we'll play in a second.
Rabbi.
Yeah, baby.
No, this is weird. This is fucking cool.
Dude, don't talk like that.
Right. I mean, yeah. Man.
Dog, you won.
Places, yeah.
No.
What the fuck? Are you serious?
Oh, what a good move. You got me with that.
Oh, wow.
All right. Right. Dude, are you ready? I was just excited to play with Zoot. Zoot, are you ready? Yeah. Zoot, are you ready? Zoot. Zoot, you're up, baby. Riser, you're up.
Just dip halfway through.
Oh, please definitely leaving halfway. Riser, you're up. Zoot, can we tell you? Zoot, the thing that we like least about you is that you just leave randomly. We can't fucking stand it. We want you to say, we want you to say, I've got to go when we know that you don't have absolutely anything to do. That doesn't make any sense.
That's not true.
I hear what you're saying, and I still don't think it makes sense. No, it doesn't make any sense.
There's 107 people that have lived on planet Earth. Majority of them are dead. 90% of them are dead.
You're saying 117 billion?
Existed on planet Earth.
Okay, well, you said 117, like
No,
twice. Riser, be my witness here.
you said 100. All right. Last one. Fucking awesome.
Look at this shot.
Dude,
Hit it in, Zoot. Hit that in.
holy fuck. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Shot. Oh, wow. How does it feel, Rabbi?
Riser, why are you such dog shit? Oh, you didn't even know how to do the 10.
You're yeah, I think there's a hidden hole up there.
Why don't you discover it for us? That's a miss.
Actually, dude, I don't know. I think that's there's a hidden hole.
Riser, what are your thoughts on that shot?
It's 2 out of 10.
Thank you, Zoot. See, Zoot gives me rankings right away when I ask him these questions. Riser, on the other hand, jerks himself off until his dick is calloused.
Rabbi, I just figure I'm saying I think you have guns.
Has guts?
I should have guns and guns.
He, I, do you think the dog should have guns? It doesn't make any sense.
They should have a crew. They should have guns.
But didn't you originally say
Can with
yeah, we are? No way. Not even close. Not even close. Look how good this shot is. Gentlemen, look how good this shot is. Gentlemen,
you tried it. My fucking
I didn't steal anything. You're gonna help my ball. No, that's exactly what I didn't want to do. Because I wanted my ball to have a chance at going in the hole. And Zoot might help me with that. Watch Zoot help me with that. Come on, Zoot. No way. Oh, Zoot fucks Riser. Almost.
This is bad.
You used to come in and tell us how you used to be a millionaire, so just do that again.
I'm retarded.
How fast did you lose $1 million?
Thanks. Probably a 3 month period.
That's not that bad. Yeah. A lot of crypto approach. Right, so what did you think of that shot?
was
Sexy.
no still involved.
Dog. I'm surprised Zoot doesn't miss more of these shots. Zoot, are you gonna go? Quit with this bullshit. Zoot. Zoot, go. Did he disconnect? His thing disconnected.
Oh, what? Oh, this sucks.
The same people who run Australian comedy run the telecommunication systems in Australia. Look,
Oh wow. Really? No fucking.
baby, baby,
What was that?
baby,
Fucking down the water.
baby. Did you see that?
One of the most terrible shots I've ever seen.
Did you see that? Did you see that? Thank you. One of the sexiest shots that anybody's ever had in the history.
Even when Zoot is like, yeah, I'm gonna not quit, find a way.
Oh, for sure. Did you like that shot? Did you like that shot? Did you like that shot?
Got in the water. I don't think he would do that. Is that
What happened to you, big dog?
you disconnected? Sorry.
Okay, well, we can forgive you. What's going on? What happened?
What? Come out, baby brother's girlfriend.
Did she scale it from 0 to 10?
Oh my god, that's really good.
Yeah, I know. So it should be super easy. Your brother either landed a babe or an ugly chick. Let me just ask you this, Zoot. Is she masturbatable? All right, Zoot, are you ready? That means no. Your brother got a dog, son. Tell him to go back to the fucking ocean. There are other fish in the sea. That's what I want to hear. Zoot. So then you actually think this bitch is hot as fuck?
I have no idea if you know about no, why not? Do you really? Yeah. Does your mom have a
It wasn't 2 million.
you do colors? 2 million now?
He calls it. He has a great word for it. It's what's it called? What do you call it? Unrealized profits or something?
I was gonna tell her when I looked at He did capture some of it. You're dating a girl and drinking that. And you're talking to this woman.
Would we have known she was a sex worker?
What do you think your mom's reaction would be? Yeah. Fun.
Scale of 0 to 10. Heroin addict girl. Zoot, I just need a number. I don't need a thing. Okay, an 8.5 for you? Okay.
This girl is probably like, I met her when I was 28. She probably wouldn't make everything I wanted from a girl when I was apart from the heroin, apart from the heroin. Like she probably like, if I met her before she became a heroin addict, she would have been really, really, really good.
All right. Do you think you would have been better together than you and Chelsea? Dude, how old is Chelsea? How old is Chelsea? How old? I mean, what is she? 5? Okay, you can still date her.
young she is.
She's 22. Okay. Look how thick this shot is.
Why date someone? I date them till late before 9/11.
Okay. That's a terrible shot. Riser, what are you gonna do?
Percentage.
69.
She was born before Shrek.
I don't get why that's funny. Why Shrek 2 and not Shrek 1? Okay, why does that matter whether you could date her or not? Are you serious, dude? Dude opened up a secret portal.
I don't know. I just want to weird. I just find it weird. People that we after Shrek came out.
I love how that's your high watermark.
Shrek, right?
Yeah, that's hilarious. Riser, I have a question. Do you recognize that you only have 1 point? Oh, that was almost amazing. That was almost amazing.
And you'll be fine.
It's Friday night, baby.
Did you hear that?
Friday night.
Did you hear that? You could actually win it. Funny. We can hang around like
We already tried. I gave him the dirtiest joke of all time. And instead of saying it on stage, he just whispered it to a bunch of people back. He said they did. No, it's the dirtiest joke of all time. It's hilarious. All right, so do I even have to play this hole? Is Zoot still in this call? Zoot, what did you think of that shot?
I do think in the next 5 years, I'll see what's going on. I get that weird feeling. I don't know. She's not that funny, I guarantee you. Maybe she's funny.
It's that she's bisexual.
Yeah, she has something. She has something that's marketable.
A mouth.
Sexuality. Yeah. Everyone has a sexuality. it doesn't. I mean, she is open to that.
It could just.
She's open to that.
Being gay is just based on how we grew up. I think it's the truthful thing. I think the same thing will be based on gay men.
I agree, dude. No, I 100% agree. That's absolutely true. It's just how bored are you? If you want to spend all your time striking out with chicks, then then like you'll be bisexual or whatever. Um, I can tell you this as well. I can tell you this as well. Hold on. That if you like girls, it doesn't really matter anything aside from you like that there's a little bit of fat in their skin when you touch them. If you like guys, it means you like a little bit of muscle in their skin. It's just like you like a harder body, or you like a softer body.
Also, it's a lot easier to get guys. It's a lot easier to get guys than girls.
For sure.
More places you can go to a gay and just go get your dick sucked by them.
There you go. Riser, do you remember that time that we sent you an invitation and you just jerked yourself off literally on camera? You just jerked yourself off the whole
If you
time.
want, if you want a woman, if you want to get a woman as a guy, there's a chance. You have to do money.
Word, dog.
You actually have to spend money.
Word, dog.
Right.
That's not true.
Oh, generally.
Oh, maybe if you're in fucking high school.
Or you're super good looking.
Good looks.
Yeah, they do
It's
that.
not hurt at all.
Yeah, they do that. Exactly. Look at this shot.
When's the last time a girl got back to her house?
I don't know.
Look at this shot by Riser or by Zoo. Dude, that was amazing.
Usually the girls come to your house.
And what difference does that make?
Fucking sucks. You get to clean up the house. Takes a lot of fucking effort.
Oh, dude, that's a terrible shot.
Wow. Steal my phone. Good job.
You're welcome, baby.
Good looks really help you free picture. Good looks really help you to get women.
In all situations, though.
Travel when you're in university and you're young, and when you're in high school.
No, that's incorrect. You could be 150 years old. You literally could be 80 years old, and being a good-looking 80-year-old guy will allow you to get some 80-year-old ass.
How many good
I don't know. A few.
Were they in a
No. They were television presenters. I knew a lady who was the first television presenter in um, San Diego, and she was, I would say, a very attractive, like 80-year-old woman. Like when I saw her in synagogue, I thought she was 35.
Are you ready for the British for the same?
Yeah. It wasn't like that. She was like naturally really pretty. When you come up a little closer, you could tell she was older, but from far away, she looked really, really pretty. And I mean, up close, I mean, she, she, she,
It's 50 dollars.
yeah. I mean, up close, this lady looked. Sophia Vergara. Okay. I can't believe I'm losing this out. I like how Zook calls her Mac. It's Selma Hayek. Hayek. All right. Well, she speaks very highly of you, Zook. Dude, there are a ton of older chicks with hot. Like any woman in Hollywood. Yeah, they're like she's hot as fuck. Who the fuck cares, dude?
My
I've fucked someone older than my mom once, and it was really weird.
well, tell us the story.
Oh, I know the story.
I didn't. No, I didn't fuck her. Our titties fucked her. She was weird.
Wasn't she in really good shape?
Fucking,
Dick is good.
it's like wild.
One of the greatest shots we've ever seen, folks. Oh,
You're taking L's on these.
baby, 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 baby. Who won the last game? Who won the last game? Is Zook gonna go? Go. I hear they just the same people who are judges in Raw Comedy South Australia also run their telecom. That's a hilarious joke. Zook, can you hear us? Oh, is it?
After this game,
That actually was a good shot. I'm going to show you the best shot ever, though. That was amazing.
math eliminate Rabbi.
they say that they think that you're funnier than Chelsea?
You had a 1 minute phone call with everyone.
They were like, "Hey, dude,
For 1 minute.
Hang on. I was like, I was like, yeah, we're gonna do it. I was like, oh my God.
dude, I'm gonna collude with you to help you win."
Right? Here's the thing, right? No one really wants to fuck with me. Everyone there is just doing it. No, like I spoke to them, and most of the people,
You spoke to them for 1 minute. How could you like poll them all on their opinion?
because when you spoke to them, it's like, shit, we want to fuck you.
Dude, your shot is so shitty. I have to help you.
Great game. I'm sorry. All right, guys.
Rabbi, I'm trying to win tomorrow. I'm just trying to fucking. I didn't do this. Oh shit. I didn't think I'd get this far. I'm just fucking surprised.
Thank you. Dude,
You're good at comedy.
oh my word. That should have gone in.
That
I
was
never
nice.
said. I never said I was good. I just
You said several times was to be and make a career out of it. And you're not just doing this for fun, you're doing it professionally.
I'm doing it for fun, bro. I don't know what else am I doing.
Yeah, that's a good point. Hey, dude, did you ever get tested? Yeah.
And
Dog, they called you specifically to tell you you need to get tested for chlamydia or gonorrhea or whatever the fuck it was.
I haven't had sex.
Dude, what did you say?
I haven't had sex.
It could be dormant.
Maybe next time I have sex with someone, I'll be tested.
Why wouldn't you just get tested now?
Yeah, that's probably a good.
Riser, how many invitations do you want me to send you?
I told you after this game, or more things to do.
Right, have you ever had an STI? You ever had an STI?
Fuck no.
If you have to have an STI, which one would you get? Curable.
Yeah, I don't. The ones are curable.
COVID just goes away.
I don't know. Maybe it just goes away like COVID. Oh, I would. I know. I know what I want. I want crabs because they give you a little like comb, and you can get rid of them, and then they're gone. They're actually. So did you know in the Western world they're actually an endangered species because like a lot of the cultures that compared to
So there's a movement to protect the crowd. Yeah, it's important for them.
Dude, we're gonna give you a topic and we want you to improv it for 60 seconds. You understand? Improv. Are you ready to? Genital warts. Go.
Genital warts is not warts.
I don't think you know what improv means. Doing a stand-up for 1 minute, you get off the fly. And it's bad.
What's the approach?
It's, the word or phrase is genital warts.
Oh yeah. I was with a girl. She only wanted to do a man that was actually active. And I was like, how do I prove that? So I showed her my genital warts. And she didn't want to be with me.
All right.
That is terrible.
You
When
got
does the comedy start?
5 seconds. So go, big dog. Let's go.
Give me another one.
No, let's not have to worry about South Australia. South Australia. South Australia.
RFK. RFK.
Probably has genital warts. He probably doesn't date anyone that was born before or after he came out.
Are you gonna watch the Melania movie?
Sure.
Okay.
You know it's rated PG? That movie looks like the absolute worst movie I've ever seen.
Boring.
She's the hottest first lady of all time, though.
From Michelle.
Hillary Clinton, did she come from money?
Yeah, of course.
Why would Bill marry her? Did Bill Clinton have money and he still married her?
Did you ask if Bill Clinton had money and still married her? She was they met at Yale. So, they were both like hippies, and then they went to they got their law degrees, and they went to work at the Rose Law Firm in Little Rock, Arkansas. And then Bill Clinton went on ran for Congress, and he only ever lost one election ever, and that's his first run for Congress, and then he eventually became governor, and then eventually became president, and then eventually um, basically killing.
All right, so you ready for your next one?
Who's the second?
I think Laura Bush is beautiful. Laura Bush,
What about Becky Kennedy?
yeah, she's beautiful as well. I used to think, I still think she's great, but I think Laura Bush is gorgeous. I really think her daughter Barbara Bush is like incredibly powerful.
Like, countries.
I don't really claim those countries at all.
You actually first lady to Canada.
What are you saying?
Katy Perry could have been like first lady, first lady in Canada.
Something like Margot Robbie or anybody. Like, if nothing, after Trudeau's been out of office, that is the woman that he just had. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that could have happened.
I don't think Katy Perry has that.
I know. You say this all the time. You're anti-Russell Brand.
Am I embarrassed?
You talk about 7 different subjects. Puff Daddy, Jeffrey Epstein, Kamala the fact that David McMahon comes to Adelaide. Russell Brand and Dave Chappelle and and Kanye West. That's it. That's everything you talk about.
To be fair, there's no evidence across the brand sexually assaulting someone's camera, but there is evidence that Perry sexually assaulted someone on camera.
Yeah, that little boy.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest.
Right.
Maybe that's why they just gotta do this.
Let it go.
All right. So we're going to give you another phrase, dude. We want you to be on your toes, okay? You have to give us a minute of jokes. You just can't be like, General Ward is bad, or whatever the fuck you said. You have to be like, you have to keep giving us stuff. All right. So you ready for your phrase, dude? You want easy or hard? Okay. Trees.
It would be pretty funny if Perry fell over.
You don't understand how improv works. Dude, you have
Great. imagining this
Dude, I cannot believe that there's a chance that you are the funniest person in a state anywhere in the world. like, like, literally, who did you beat? Who? I want to meet those people. And I want to ask them: were they breathing? Did they have a pulse during this? I mean, maybe one of them was like, "Hey, I was unconscious. You can't play me." Or another one was like, "I've never even heard of what this event was." I might be able to give them the benefit of that. But everybody up there, it's like, I'm just asking, have you ever told the joke before? And if any of them say yes, then I recognize that somehow, some way, this is a flawed system. Because you are in the finals. Like you even talked about, you're gonna start taking money to open for people. Do you recognize that? Like, do you hear yourself?
I mean, when someone acts on you, and I think
The best thing is what Reiser says. I don't come to you where you work. It's not something different. I I I have something. I have something funny about trees. I have something funny about trees. I have something funny about trees. So on Reddit, the subreddit r/trees is actually for people who like to smoke weed, and so it's the red subreddit on a first come first served basis. So the people who are into trees took the subreddit r/marijuana enthusiasts. So once you go to r/marijuana enthusiasts, it's all about like arboretums and trees and species and things. And if you go to Reddit trees, it's about weed. How funny is that? Well, I think it's fun. Oh, wait, I'm in agreement with you. Who do you think Reddit would just switch them? Would they allow that to go? Okay, so we're going to give you another word and or phrase. And you have to be funny for a minute. Are you ready, Zoot? Zoot, are you ready? Wait, I will help you. I'll give you a word that you'll love. Or a phrase. Zoot, are you there? He's done. There's no way. This happens to me all the time. He will. It'll be like 2 minutes of him just like this, and then he'll be gone. There he is. He's back. He's back. Dude, can you hear us?
Sorry, I had to go.
Okay, here's your phrase. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Autistic Amish orgy. Go. That's like your thing.
I went to everyone like everyone
Do you not know how EPUB works?
yeah,
Dude did have a joke one time that made somebody laugh. I told him this joke
everybody, and they thought it was really funny. It, um, it was well, it was like a three-part joke at the end. The first part was about an Amish orgy. The second part was about some other kind of orgy or something. Bonnie Blue. Oh yeah, it was about Bonnie Blue. And then the third part was about the punchline was everybody was memorized all the Pokemon. What's that joke that you have? But you did.
I memorized all the Pokemon got autism, and they gave me the autism diagnosis. And they said, I just said I made them up halfway through, and they told me I have ADHD, directly ADHD.
No. That was my joke. I said it was something like I went into the ADHD clinic to get tested, and they gave me the test, and I quit halfway through, and they said, "Congratulations, you have ADHD." I'm not saying it's the funniest joke ever, but I think all right, Zoo. So give us your 5 minutes that you're going to do tomorrow night. We're ready for it.
No. 5 minutes is
Absolutely
that's why we're doing it.
the worst. All right.
Zoom. First piece. 1 minute. I want to stop talking. Okay, you ready for one? Okay. Scarecrows. Here's some bad. How cool would they if the scarecrow from Batman was in the Wizard of Oz? That,
That's okay. I'll take over. There's something called the scarecrow, but have you ever seen this being ever really scare a crow? It's either crows don't go near it or they end up landing on it. But I've never seen a crow actually get scared from it. I wonder why they call it a scarecrow. It should be called a crow be gone as opposed to a scarecrow. But I don't know. I don't name it. Crow be gone? Duh.
would be greatest name for products.
Dog. It's up there with salmon cabbage. Crow be gone.
I think you're trying to name your name.
The mermaid. Riser, would you please accept the invitation I sent you like an hour ago for basketball?
I still haven't gotten it. Comedy.
You'll be here all night.
It's failed 4 times in a row. Are you still there? What would be the easiest one in the world? Okay. Are you gonna not look it up this time? Okay. If not, go.
Down, it's down. Keep winning. Okay. I think they should move base. If they were true to marketing base, and why is the hamburger
He's not.
hamburger?
He's not fat, or at least medium.
Hamburger.
Not really. He's kind of chubby.
Let me see. The hamburger.
No, he's not.
He looks like the guy.
Oh, that kid's skinny. The Hamburglar's like medium, not skinny, and not necessarily fat, but in the middle. Ronald McDonald is skinny, but the Hamburglar isn't super skinny. He's medium.
You think you can put the hamburger in a pot?
No, but why wouldn't you go with something like? Why did they call him the Hamburglar? I've never seen him steal any ham.
You had a good start by just saying why did they make profit on that? And then shortly after that, you just started questioning the hamburger and didn't was on the
I should make wrong.
Why?
Uh,
Yeah, baby.
what the hell? There's a McDonald's birdie. Never heard.
because when the national subway goes really, really things got really good.
Okay, there's your.
Really bad things happen.
Like, it looks like a butt plug.
I mean, would you trust around children, or would you trust skinny Ronald McDonald around children after what you saw with the subway and stuff? Uh, I think like Ronald McDonald. I didn't realize that Ronald McDonald. Yeah,
What'd you say, Big Dog?
McDonald's.
He's not a real person who they didn't they made like restraining order. Yeah, marketing. Ronald McDonald is not a real person. All right, dude. All of my like. I hope we can play basketball.
There you go. All right. You have an invitation, Riser. That's not fair to Zoot. Zoot, that's not fair to Zoot. Zoot, go. The basketball game.
Start.
Okay, let me ask you something.
No, we'll just
You ready?
don't play the first round. Yeah, we're ready.
If you have mascots from any basketball franchise,
I don't know all of them. Zoot, go to the basketball game.
A mascot.
Um,
Mascot's like fucking like.
Wendy from Wendy's.
let
I
me
thought mascot is like a fucking like cheer.
get the front.
Wendy from Wendy's, dog. I answered the question.
She's not. She's not.
Dude, they used to have an adult Wendy, and she's super hot.
Okay, about that.
Dude, that's who I mean. The Wendy from Wendy's. She's super hot. You said mascot, not logo.
There's some crossing
Jessica Rabbit. Next question.
There's Dakota.
Isn't that kind of the same thing? One's Japanese. I don't know. There's a lot of anime.
Yeah, actually, I watched good anime.
Dude, that does.
Just random.
Dude, no words out of your mouth have ever surprised me less than that.
I watched I'm gonna say, and now I would be sick. The whole like the two teenage-year-olds who are trying to sell my best.
Or is it just like be sure to never.
I don't get it. I don't know.
Zoot, what fast food mascot would you fuck?
It'd be funny if I said Texas.
I don't think that would be funny. I would think that would, show homosexual tendencies, which is fine, but I don't think that's what you want to do.
I'm joking.
What else is on your list of things that you should never Google?
There's a Jim Jeffries joke. There's a TV show in Australia called Come On Kid. Don't Google that one.
What?
Yeah, that was a real show. Yeah, it's CMON. Come on, kids. Like, come on, kids. No, come on, kids. Don't Google that.
Okay.
Have you ever shared only one?
Sorry, brother. What should you not Google? What are the things you should not Google?
Ask Rabbi. There's a lot.
Who is the funniest person in South Australia? Yeah, until Friday, when you knock him off of his throne. Hit my ball. That's what I'm talking about. Zoot helped me so much. Riser, did you know that Zoot helped me?
Sure, so
And then I had one of the greatest shots in the history of the game.
he was never gonna make that shot.
Look at this! Look at the shot. Dude, let's hear your 5 minutes of stand up. I don't know if you know what funny is. Let's hear it. Unless you mean funny as super perverted and you never want to mention it publicly, I still have doubts that you know what funny is. But let's hear it. That 1 for 10. This is a Kanye West joke. That is like you talk about literally you talk about 10 things, and tell me if I'm wrong. You talk about children, and then you run away from that topic. You talk about Jeffrey Epstein. You talk about Kanye West, Puff Daddy, autism, ADHD. Hold on, hold on. No, nobody talks about those things. Uh, not not recently. No, there are tons of those. I'm sure there are those too. But wait, hold on, Zoo. That's it. That's what you talk about. Like, I wish I could name other things, but you don't even talk about cryptocurrency like you once did. What's your cryptocurrency joke? Okay, how did that go? That kind of sounds funny. Oh yeah, but hold on. Bonnie Blue, Lily Phillips. Hold on. There's children, Jeffrey Epstein. Hold on. Puff Daddy. I'm going to go through them again. These are the 10 topics that I think I've only ever heard you discuss. There's children, Bonnie Blue, Lily Phillips. Dude, you talk about kids all the time. You talk about, okay, so children, Bonnie Blue, Lily Phillips, Jeffrey Epstein, um, Kanye West, autism, ADHD, the Pornhub list, the Pornhub list. Dude, what number is Bonnie Blue right now? Even I know the difference between these bitches. No, they're best friends. No, they don't. British. And Zoot met her, and she said that she wanted to drink Zoot's pee out of a condom, allegedly. But it could have not been her. Zoot met so many hot chicks that day that he forgot it. I'm telling you this right now. If a chick said I want to drink your pee out of a condom, I would remember that woman in a light up 6 years from that day, like it was the back of my hand. But that's okay. Make it, Zoot. Just make it. Just make it. Oh, what a shot. Why do you think this will suck? Zoot. Well, but Zoot, you don't mention some like topics that are really popular in Tony. Like uh, Donald. Well, you talk a lot about Donald Trump. Um, you don't talk about the NFL because it's a popular thing that comedians talk about. You didn't give me the ring, but you, I tried, baby. Tied for the win. What a great shot, Zoot. Riser, don't fuck it up. Short, short. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. You can't put my ball in the tar. Oh, that was amazing. You deserve to win if you pull that shot. That was amazing.
Rabbi,
Dude, I have a larger dick than most men on earth. I'm happy with that. You haven't proven that, Zoot. You haven't proven that, Zoot. Right, so we
I
can,
have if I had more money than my sister,
oh, that's not true. Really, yeah.
how much
Right.
you think I'm like go down to the three tops or you take on the 3 months?
No, definitely not. You might go down for other reasons, but not that reason. That is something. Yeah. Well, the judges of the Raw Comedy South Australia will go down as the worst comedy judges in the history of comedy. They, dude, oh my word! If they, dude, the fact that you are still, the fact that you are still in this tournament is shocking to the entire world. And anyone who ever has heard you do comedy ever, you're a finalist for your state. You beat out 7 people. I mean, did these people not speak English? I think mines would beat you. That was an amazing shot, Sue. Sue beat out 33 people. Zoot. So what are your jokes? You don't have to tell them. But there's the JFK RFK joke. That's your first one. What's your second joke? Yeah, that's an okay joke. Zoot. What's your second joke? Zoot, do you remember that time I asked you a question and you answered it? Because I don't.
One of my tricks is I pull up and then I don't have
Okay, so that's your second joke. What's your third joke?
I was a lot when I go back to like I did free test they asked me to die and I'm like
Oh yeah, I forgot. You're obsessed with Hitler's on that list too.
I was very fucking I was back very, very, very,
All right, so Zoot, here is Zoot's.
I don't
We know you came in and told us that in the last 24 hours.
think Hitler killed himself.
Okay,
Why would he kill himself?
Doug, I wasn't there.
Empire was in shambles.
Well, hospital.
Zoot, who did you?
Comedian.
Yeah, yeah. No, no, Mark Norman.
He's this bit of Hitler's creature under
Um,
Was he the highest
he was elected by a huge amount in 1933. Um, Riser, that was a dick move. That was a dick move,
the
right?
German people were against this?
Like rebel, no.
No.
I don't know. Ask them. Riser, you
I
dude,
mean,
you just fucked me.
I would say more Americans hate Trump. Germans hate him.
Okay.
Is that an unpopular opinion?
Trump's loved by a lot of people in the United States. Hit my ball,
He's
baby.
also hated by I mean, people are one mile. It's still
Yeah, like those guys you were with at the James McCann concert or whatever.
Just hit it at the end.
Dude, you're like a parrot. Somebody says something to you, like these people at this James McCann thing, and you are obsessed with it for days later. Dude, quit with that.
That's it.
Riser, what did you think of my shot? Riser, do you want me to? Um, Zoot, make this shot. Zoot, make this shot.
I do think rejected from art school.
Zoot, I'm gonna say, I want you for the rest of tonight to not talk about the 10 things you love to talk about the most. And I'm gonna see if you can do it. Lily Phillips. Wait. I asked him to do this and he could not do it. I asked him to do this and he could not do it. I agree. That shot sucked dick, dog. Dude, tell us a clean joke. Pretend we're 80-year-old ladies. Zoot, tell us a clean joke. What did the polar bear say to the Eskimo? Dude, is there a punchline? Did I miss it? Okay, then why did you say that the polar bear said something to the Eskimo? All right, like give us a joke. not a scientific fact. Hey, Riser. Okay, well, Zoo, give us a clean joke. Imagine you were at the mall and some lady comes up to you and says, "What do you do for a living?" And you say, "I'm actually the funniest person in South Australia." And she says, "Oh, wow, that's great. Can you please tell me a joke?" What would you say? Riser, you have an invitation. Okay, after this, we play Word Box. Okay, send Zoot an invitation. Zoot. All I do is watch fucking comedians.
How many is the price of was?
4-7.
Now that's a funny joke. Now that's a fucking funny. That's hilarious. Zoot, accept his fucking invitation. Riser, now that's a fucking hilarious joke. Zoot, come on, man. Riser just had the joke of the night. Zoot. Sorry, I just got a sorry, I just got a call. Sorry, I just got a call from the chief of comedy of Queensland. They want me to they want they want me to perform tomorrow night. Zoot, come on, man. All right, take me. I'll send you an invite. Oh, it's on, dog. I'll dominate you easily. So strange. It's over. Baby, you're up. Do you know that? Are you proud of that, boo? Big dog, you're up. I hope you're aware that you're up.
I'm not a word.
What the fuck is it? What the fuck is a tum? I want to know what a tum is. What's a tum?
Tommy,
That's tummy, not tum.
this fucking word. Look at this. 33 points. How do you like that? That was 4 words. Oh wow. Sanders, 36 with 5 aircraft.
I all right, I think that's the first time I've ever had like quadruple word scores on something. Like 2W plus 2W. I've never seen that.
Back-to-back quads, folks. We're seeing unprecedented. Too heavy.
I mean, you can consider it two heavyweights, but I do have a 15-point lead on you.
So,
Do you remember that time when Zook came in, talked about being perhaps having a 25% chance of being the funniest person in an entire Australian state, failed to do anything funny, failed to tell us even any of his stand-up routine, and then left without any. Well, actually, took two phone calls from the chief of comedy and I don't remember.
don't cost you don't even have a word.
My app froze.
Oh, no, I don't. Uh, what is that? So, out of here.
You're up, baby. And I hope you recognize that. I hope you recognize that you had the best letter, perhaps for the time, the place. I hate the letter B right now. It always gets in my way. The letter B and the letter J. And the letter C. They suck for these fucking for this game. I feel like the letter H is way easier. Letter Y is pretty easy.
So,
W is pretty easy.
S,
Uh, S is they almost shouldn't have the S. Do you remember that time when I had a 23-point lead on you? $23. That's a lot. I don't know if you're going to be able to. Such a that was good. You should get more points for like science. You're up though. I hope you know that you are up. What are you saying French, Noel? Does it?
what did you think of that?
I just thought it was some holiday.
I should double check. Sanders.
No, like multiple types of Sanders. like someone who's sand shit, like multi, like if you're sanding a boat. Do you know what a boat is?
Yeah, no, I got it.
So I hate the V so much. It's V is terrible. V and J. V sucks. F is off the 15. And you take it.
I played that out once, and
That's a cool story.
I would show it.
I know. I
I'm
get.
getting multiple of the same sauce with butter. Word with
Baby, you're up. I just hope you.
uh,
I mean, I just took the lead, and I don't know what you want me to do about it. But you had the Z.
sucks.
Weld. You think weld is a good word, or is it as good as vow, baby? Are you proud of the way that you're playing right now?
Apparently Italian.
Why? What did you? What were you trying? What Italian word? What Italian word? Nano? That's not Italian.
No, I have another one. Nano is a word.
Nano means small. Nano. Yeah, I know what nano means.
How is that not a word?
It is not a word. It is it's a prefix, dog. Baby, it's a prefix. What do you want me to do about it?
Are you proud of that?
Yeah, I am, dude. It's one, two, 4 words. Baby, what do you want me to do? Dog. Okay, so here's Zoot's top 10 things. Jokes about children. Jeffrey Epstein. Puff Daddy. Dave Chappelle. Bonnie Blue. Lily Phillips. Hitler. Autism. ADHD. And sexually transmitted disease. That's Zoot's top 10. What the fuck is net? No, it's not like a net. It's not spelled. It's not how it's spelled. I still don't think Noel means whatever the fuck he said it was.
What's that? January 6th. It's a term
It
signifying
also means Christmas.
it means to be born.
Christmas.
Incorrect. It's the period between uh, December 24th and January 6th.
Christmas, friend.
Dude, why do they keep giving me these?
As excuses.
You're up, big dog. Man, do I have a big ass lead on you. 32 points. $32 points. 32 points. This better be a big fucking word for you. It better be. I mean, you got to make quite a comeback. This is heartbreaking to watch. Oh no. This motherfucker used the word oh no. Oh no. Baby, 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 baby. I have a 56-point lead on you. That's giant. Giant. It's really too much for you to ever be able to overcome. I'm just going to be honest with you. You're my friend. I love you. I love your belief in miniature golf. I think you're very funny. I think you might be the second funniest person in this call, and definitely the funniest person if you were ever to move to South Australia. Definitely. But right now, you use up. Are you proud of that? Are you proud of using up?
I don't know where you're.
Do you want me to review them with you?
Yeah, like with your reprint some things. Sure. Fuck you.
I mean, my friend, what do you want me to do about it? Dog, dog. How many tiles are left? Thank you. Sir? What the fuck is that? What the No one knows what that is.
Sir.
That's spelled S-U-R, douche. I know what a sir is, but like that, nobody knows what that is. No, that's not a word. I know what sir is, but it's not spelled like that. It's a city in ancient Mesopotamia, which is a proper noun, baby. Rub.
I don't believe it. You're not. You don't have a four-letter word that starts.
That was good. You could destroy me right here. Too bad I have a 56-point lead on you. Well, let's see. Let's see you fucking come out of nowhere. That's what I want. I want the competition. That's why I put that down there. Because I want you to have, like, fangs for, like, a shitload. You use dog. I give you
That
the.
was the shittiest letters known to mankind. I don't know what you do with that game.
Just collected points, baby. The thing that destroyed you was such genius like O's and Sanders and I don't really know what I did either. Chop, I guess, was a lot. That was good.
Nettie.
Yeah, like a neti pot. I think that's spelled NETI. Dog. Look at the desperation. You know that your opponent is desperate when these tiles start going everywhere on the board. HIV is not a word. No, Zoots would be gonorrhea, which would be a big word to spell. There's some show, it's really funny. I think it's a Friends episode where they're playing, and so it's like Joey. Have you seen Friends before? You know the characters. So Joey's like the stupid guy, and they're like Monica and Rachel are playing with Joey, and Joey's like playing like words like and dog and cat, and then all of a sudden he puts down the word like trapeze, and he's like trapeze triple word score 75 points, and they're like trapeze. Oh, trapeze isn't a word, and he's like, yeah, it is. I read it in a book. Like, that's what they have in the circus. Like, oh yeah, that's a proper noun though. And he's like, oh really? They're like, yeah. And then he just puts down us, us. So they basically gaslight him thinking he's dumb when he's really not that dumb. Was that the best story you've ever been told?
I didn't know there was
Oh yeah. No, but the best one is a Seinfeld where they have it, and um, Kramer's in there, and Kramer keeps making up words, and they're like, "That's not a word." He's the Kramer's like quone, Cuone, quone, and they're like, "Quone isn't a word," and he's like, "Oh, absolutely, look it up in the dictionary." They're like, "That's not a word," and they look it up in the dictionary, and they're like, "It's not in the dictionary." He's like, "Well, you need a medical dictionary to quone something." I'm sending you another invite because I want to lose, and I refuse to lose. Oh, you don't like it when it goes up and down, or you don't like it when it goes left and right. Yeah, I did play Jew. That's what I am, and that's what I play. You're up, baby. I like how you're coming up. You're taking all this time. When I talk about all this time, Joe. Oh wow, Joe. You use Joe. Joe's your word. Yeah, but it's also like a cup of Joe. It's like uh cup. Dog. Can't believe you're going.
Best word. Okay.
I mean, what do you want? What's some
I might
bullshit?
have to swap.
I mean, do you think that I am the talent distributor?
You can see.
Welcome.
Hey, Rabbi, what's up?
How are things in your neck, son?
Bro,
Just okay. Why just okay?
it's I'm having one of those days where everything is just okay. Especially when I'm
All right, well, that's why you came in here. Your favorite person playing script. Your friend.
you're playing Scrabble.
1,000% off. I'm not just winning. I'm not just playing. I'm winning. And I'm winning by a lot.
Yo, by the way, what are you something?
That's an
Question. Because my man Riser loves to fuck with my hours.
No.
I'm gonna sleep soon. I have the same letter.
I mean, Doug, what do you want me to do about it?
Or probably host
How is that host advantage?
like we were asked like the New York Yankees and like 5%.
Doug, the Yankees haven't won a World Series since 2009. Dog, do you know that the Yankees are in the biggest World Series drought of their entire dynasty? Did you know that?
Depends on it,
No, it doesn't.
because
Dog. I don't know. What's good in your knuckle? Would you sling a dick?
No. Yeah, we lost the coin. It went to like 1.6 million. Then we fucking started dipping. And we kept on fucking dipping. And now we're at fucking 50K.
Of course.
Dude, we're still holding like 50% of the supply. We're on budget, man.
If you rugged it, how much would you have made?
Like, uh, 1.6 million, I think, 25 or something.
You would have made $25,000.
Not that much.
You would have made 25.
Looking rugged at low of a market cap. No, I'm not looking at you're not going to fucking jump so hard. Everyone's holding this up and whatnot. We're still working. You know? I mean, it is a meme coin, but it's linked with tech that we make. So the tech's called bundle, decentralized bundle. Basically, you can launch anything. You can do basically like an accessory of Samsung, right? Where you can sort of buy anything before it gets deployed on OTC, so you get the price of it. And then once it gets deployed, you get to stake the coins as well. Using the creator fees. So whatever the creator fees get generated, 50% of it goes to the deployer, and goes to monthly, and then the other 50% of the creator fees gets distributed among all the members. So bundling was supposed to be a mascot. And the main point that we launched using our own tech was supposed to be our mascot. It did pretty well, but then some fucking well brought in. A guy comes and this other ship part called Gay. They all got caught. Right after they got in, the shot started fucking. Then they fucking dumped a 13 bags at the top at once. Something. Man, it's over.
Kaiser, what are your thoughts that I have a 71 point lead on you Riser, what are your thoughts that I have a 71-point lead on you? I mean, does it make you feel good inside? Riser, did you know it's your turn? Riser, what was the least word that I played of yours?
That's 61 or 68.
Oh no, not all time, not all time. I don't want you to make my greatness all time. Just in this game, was it Conger, Conger, Bay? What F? Oh, hates. Take care, Arnold. Riser, did you know that you're down 63 points? That's a lot. X and Z for 21 points. Yeah, that's not too bad. Oh, good move, bro. Good fucking move.
Or someone or
What'd you say, baby? Oh, I feel they always give me these. Bladed? You played bladed? You think bladed is a good word to play? This motherfucker thinks bladed is a good word. What are your thoughts on this move? Elf is good. I do, but I'm not going to use it. Make us suffer. Dude, there is nowhere to go. What are your thoughts on that move? Dog, you're down 61 points. I want to try to get that. I'm trying to wrap my head around being down 61 points. And what I would do if I were down 61 points, how would I react? I would not give up. I would play a word like please, QIQC for 33 points. And then I'd make one of the greatest comebacks, if not the greatest comeback in the history. Dog, how does that help me? Dog, you're up and everybody's waiting on you. Aura, yeah. Oh, hey. How many letters are left? How many letters are remaining? Oh, nothing. This bitch is over. What do you think my answer to that is going to be? What do you want me to do about it? Do you want me to give us more places to play? Do you want me to give us more places to play? Wasn't this appropriate? Play something good because you're down 64 points. 64 points. One of the biggest embarrassments that we've had the opportunity to witness in the history of the world has happened right here, folks. Folks, if you're watching this, either now or in the future, and you're studying this, you're taking notes on this ass kicking, you should know that it has been a privilege to be able to lead this ass to belt to ass BTA belt to ass door. Are you proud of that word? You don't have anything left? Big Dog, you're up. I hope you know it is your turn, and everybody's waiting on you, Big Dog. Everybody. I talked to I talked to Chelsea. She said she was ready for you. I talked to uh, judges of world comedy, raw comedy. They're ready for you. Vim. You played Vim. That's a fucking word.
Of course, it's why
That's not real.
my son, my dad. Um,
Dog, you are up, and everybody's waiting for you. I don't like the V's. I don't like the J's. I should like the J. Like J's a big number. V fucks up. V should be more than 4, and I feel like H is pretty powerful, and so is W. I feel like X could be 10 and not 8. I feel like Z is um over. Really? All right, I'll let you. I'll just pass because I want to see you go. I want to see your greatness. So you just wasted everybody's time because I was about to win. Boy, are you struggling, dog. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing, son. This is embarrassing. Good night, sweetheart. You had QUE? What were you trying to do with the? You were like, hey, pass. I could win on this. Dude, that's the third time you fucking said that tonight.
I know. The game is broken. Great. You're gonna have door and like Rabbi and like all you do.
Door? Door's a wood. And it's a
DOR.
oh. So are you indoors or are you outdoors?
And you're once you walk or outdoor.
Uh, What would you put?
Also, okay. Oh, wait. Also, I can prove that you are outside. Stuck out. Okay. Inside the universe or outside the universe. We're really outside, or we're outside other universes that we.
Yeah, it's paradoxical.
Okay, but since okay, yeah, arguably the other universes are part of a bigger universe.
Multiverse, which is part of the omniverse.
Outside of that, so we are.
But then we're inside the omniverse. And you can't get outside the omniverse.
Our universe is outside of all the other universes and the omniverse. So therefore, we're outside of the omniverse.
No, that's not how it works. We would be inside the omniverse.
And I guess we're outside of other universes also, but not.
You had a funny joke when you said Zoot is funny. 047 or whatever. 07. That was very funny. That was 047 though would mean that he's still funny 4 hours a day. On a scale of 0 to 10, how hot do you think that Zoot's brother's girlfriend is?
Anything like
I bet she's a 6.
inside or outside?
I think she's cool. I think she's outside Earth's mantle, but inside the atmosphere. What are your thoughts? Scott?
What my thoughts on
Like she's inside the Earth's atmosphere, but outside the mantle.
okay, as far as buildings go, like can only be outside.
As far as buildings go, you can only be outside. I disagree. What if you're stop? What if you're in a biodome? You can be inside the building of the biodome, or like inside the structure in the biodome, but outside of that structure, yet still inside its biodome. What are your thoughts?
All of those materials came from the earth, so you're really just reshaping outside into a shape, and therefore you're still outside.
Okay. What if you? Oh, I think I've got it. Maybe. Let's say you're in an elevator, and then you move outside the elevator. Aren't you outside the elevator? but yet still inside the building?
No, it doesn't any of the small things you want to like go inside or all made up outside. So you're still outside. You're
But
just in a configuration of outside.
but didn't we agree that you said that everything is made from something else? So everything is organic, so nothing synthetic exists in the universe?
Yeah, I mean, most people kind of comes from like alterations of natural things, but all derived from something on it
Or somewhere else?
or not like that.
So you're saying that synthetic doesn't exist?
But there might some things that are natural, unaltered things.
Yeah.
You
So
could always deconstruct something synthetic to get organic, natural things.
so then it's not synthetic; it's just actually organic.
Yeah, I know, but we just like there's unaltered material, if you're altering it and classify it as synthetic, yeah, it's still ultimately like plastic or whatever, still comes from trees, chemicals. Those chemicals and rubber are natural.
Okay. So um, let me just summarize this for you. Like, you think that nothing synthetic exists?
Yeah. I mean,
No, not I mean. You're saying that nothing synthetic exists. Stop.
well,
Well,
I care what I just said. I just said that all the synthetic natural organic material. So by association with that, they are these processes that yes, ultimately everything organic materials and whether you want to classify an altered organic material as something synthetic, but
Doug,
yeah,
just summarize it for me. Yes or no? Synthetic exists.
all right, no,
Okay, so then everything that you'd be saying is inside because for you to be outside has to be outside of some kind of organic material, and we've already agreed that there is nothing outside the organic material, so everything is inside.
you possibly think
Because everything because everything is in because everything is inside the universe.
oh, so now we're talking about
Oh, okay. Okay. So you're saying everything is outside.
yeah, like when you go into a building or you're still outside.
That doesn't make sense.
But,
Um. So
if you're chilling in your New York City, so like, go outside or whatever, you're already outside. You're already surrounded by natural materials, natural goods, natural whatever. You're basically outside. It's just outside is taken into configuration.
so if I were to ask you to go inside your house, you would just say, "I can't go inside my house because I can't go inside anything. What you're technically asking me to do is go outside my house, right?
Yes. Inside is just a reference to the direction that we use to have a point of reference for us. Technically, I believe that the dark sky is
Okay, but aren't we inside the universe?
yes. I agree. I agree with that.
Okay, and aren't we technically inside the solar system?
Well, no, technically, we don't know what's outside the
Okay,
universe,
but
so we
but
don't
that
know.
that's fine. That's fine. We don't know what's outside the universe, but we're in. But we can agree we're inside this universe, right?
Well, no, wait. If we don't know the boundaries of the universe, we assume that there's something outside of our universe, then we can be outside of that.
Okay, fine, whatever. Then okay, we're inside the Milky Way galaxy, right?
Yes.
Okay, so aren't we inside there?
Yeah. No, but like when they go outside to like Earth, nature, like forests, mountains, cities, anything within the atmosphere of the Earth on the surface. Not talking man. Like you say, go outside. You're like, okay, you're outside. City, your street, whatever. It's all outside.
Aren't we inside the atmosphere?
Yeah, but when you say I'm going outside, that's I'm going outside the atmosphere. So I'm going outside.
Okay. Aren't we inside the clouds? Well, no, we wouldn't be inside. Okay. If it's foggy, wouldn't we say we're inside the fog?
You can say that. I'm not saying that we are but that fog is going to be outside typically unless you have a fog machine, which is also outside indoors.
Indoors is different. Okay. Can't we say that? So at what point? So you say that we're inside the solar system, inside the Milky Way, inside the atmosphere, technically.
Yeah.
Um. Okay. So how about this? Can't we say? Well, and then you get into like the materials, and I feel like your definition just frankly sucks. That you say everything is an organic material, but so synthetics don't exist. If synthetics don't exist, then and something needs to be built out of something, then inherently, according to your definition, it's organic, which means that it everything has to be organic. It can't be synthetic. And if you're in anything, according to your definition, it has to be organic. So you can't ever be outside of anything, right?
Yes, because
Okay, what about this? What if I say you're outside of your element?
that's
Okay, well, what if I'm what,
concept of
wait,
inside
wait,
or
wait, 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 wait. You're using the
outside
idea.
of
You're using the idea as being a physical place. I'm saying that it could be a hypothetical realm.
I'm not saying that the word inside enough to describe anything, but I'm just saying in like the context of like residential or particular context when you're saying that going inside, you're really still outside the context.
But that's not correct because we've even said that you're inside the universe, perhaps inside the Milky Way, inside the solar system.
But those things are still up to debate because we don't know what's outside the universe.
No, that one's
But
different.
those are reference points.
The solar system is not up for debate. We're inside the solar system.
Okay. Yes, and we're inside the atmosphere. I agree with that, but these things down to Earth level, like there's the outdoors.
Okay, stop. So then, if I take and I put you in a space capsule, like the International Space Station, we could say that you are outside Earth's atmosphere, but inside the space capsule.
No, that's made of natural. So
Yeah, but wait. Okay, so it's a definition issue. You're saying that if you're inside something, it has to be organic, and that just doesn't necessarily correlate.
futuristic materials are all organic compounds. It's not that far of a stretch to say that every material, whether it's polluted by originally comes from an organic material.
What if we create a replicator? What if we have a replicator that creates something from nothing? Then that would be synthetic.
What are the atoms constructed of? Is it a carbon copy of the synthetic thing, which is an organic derived thing?
Okay, how about this? We are. Um, I see what you're saying, but your definition is wrong. You're saying if you're in anything, any physical object, it has to be it has to be organic. And you get down to the point where, from a definition, you say atoms are organic. And so everything is made of atoms. So if you're ever inside of anything, you're really outside because that doesn't make any sense. I get what you're saying. No, you're not outside. If you're inside a house, you're not outside. Would you? No, you aren't. If I put you in a shipping container, I'd say you're inside the shipping container. I wouldn't say you're outside.
Containers made of natural elements, and that so you're surrounded by natural elements, you're also surrounded by nature, which is also a bunch of natural elements. So just because you construct a little dome out of natural elements, it would temporarily shield you from the other natural elements outside of you. It's still ultimately natural elements.
So how isn't the solar system a natural element? Oh, wait.
It is, yeah.
So then aren't you technically outside the solar system? But you're not. You're inside.
Well, if your concept is like the same as Earth, where you're just like outside of nature, like never outside.
I don't give a fuck about that. I get your stupid thing there. I'm talking about the solar system.
Yeah, so I mean, in a sense, yes, there's not just a big natural space, which is outside, which is like outside, like not confined.
No, you keep changing the definition. And I don't like that. It's illogical.
What do you think the definition of
Out-
outside?
Generally, it means external to a structure.
Outside refers to the area structure, often as being outdoor. Or in a nice physical, metaphorical sense, like hospital. Physical location, area, space, or beyond the surface, the outer part of an object. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I mean, I think it's a thought experiment.
That was fun. I don't agree with it. And I think it's illogical. It's not logically sound, but it's still cool.
Yeah, I mean,
How about this one? What really is
the solar system is on its shore, correct?
no,
You say that the solar system is on its shore?
I would say we are not outdoors is not the word you use. It's an inside.
No, right? The Milky Way is outdoor or is it inside?
It's outdoors.
Right. So, the Earth is the Milky Way by correlation, by default, outdoors as well.
You're using different terms. You're using outdoors and inside. That's inconsistent. It was outside and inside. That's how you understand it. Now let me ask you this.
No, but outside and outdoors are very connected.
No. There's a logical fallacy there. Okay, I have a question
No,
for
no,
you.
no, no, no. Oh, that's very much connected.
No, there's not. Outdoors and outside are two different things.
Yeah, I think I can use.
They can be, but they don't.
If I say, I'm not right now, I say, I'm saying outdoors, that's the way to put it. Or you can say I'm going outside. I'm exiting my apartment and going to the outside, which is also considered the outdoors. So they're interchangeable. Can you agree on that?
No, absolutely not. I would say that the Milky Way is outside, but I wouldn't say Earth is outside the Milky Way.
That's not what I asked.
Okay, I don't know what you asked earlier. I know that I'm defending this from a logical standpoint. Here's what I want to know from you. This is kind of along the same lines. Who defines whether a door is outside or inside? Or who defines whether a door is outdoors or indoors?
Indoor doors or outdoor doors?
Isn't every indoor door in its own way an outward door? Like it's like a portal. Like some people may consider a door to be going out into something. Other people may consider going into something.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not 100%. There's part of it facing the outside and part of it facing the inside.
But couldn't they both be facing the inside and both be facing the outside? Yeah, they could.
What do you mean?
If you just
There's
if
two
you
sides to the door.
if you put a door frame, just a frame in the middle of a field. Both sides would be going to the outside. And if you had a door that was put just in the middle of a room, both doors would be going to the inside.
Facing
So imagine there's just a box, like a container, and there's a door with a wall. Both of them, that door, when you walk through one side, it goes inside. You walk through the other side, it goes inside. There isn't an outside to that door, arguably.
is there a door?
Or a door frame. So there's a door frame in a box, in just like a 10 by 10 room. You walk through the door frame, you're still walking through the inside. You walk through the other door frame, the other side of the door frame, and you're still inside. There is no walking outside.
Because both are very involved in it.
I think that's an argument that can.
Yeah, I mean, if it was set up that, how would you describe walking through the second door?
The first door that's outside,
You're walking through the door.
I would call it like you would say, walk.
You'd still say over.
That's a different story. So you're saying, how would you describe it if there's just a door frame in the middle of a walk through that door to the outside? Walk to the outside of that. Walk through that door to the outside. And if it were in a house, walk through that door inside the other room. You could say they'll walk through that door outside this room.
Yeah. I mean, your question was like, how do you judge whether a door is inside or outside?
Yeah. Okay, if you really want to get, if you really,
You could argue, depending on which way the door
there are no hinges. There are no hinges. It's a door frame. And there are no hinges. There's no doors.
Yeah, no, that was an advantage later. If it's just, there's no front or back side. Yeah.
All right, I got this one for you. No. What are your thoughts on this? Every opinion is subjective, except this state.
I just agree.
No, it's absolutely right.
No, I disagree.
Okay.
I disagree.
But that's just your opinion. It's subjective.
Yeah, but by me agreeing that
Subjective. No, you're not. You're just proving that. Yeah, it's subjective.
Yeah, but your statement is every opinion. That's where No, I disagree.
And that's subjective.
Uh,
Yeah, that's your subjective. What I'm saying is this: everything in the world is someone's opinion. I should say, every opinion in the world is subjective. The only, I should say, every statement, every opinion in the world is subjective, except the fact, except the statement. Every opinion in the world is subjective, except the statement. Basically, what I'm saying is that one thing has to be objective. And that's the statement that all opinions are subjective. Does that make sense?
I disagree. But
Then that proves it that it's your opinion, it's subjective.
yeah.
What are the odds Zoot wins his heat?
Like his
It was the worst the other night.
yeah, we kept giving him like so many chances. And it's like so bad. It wasn't even like a little
We gave him easy words.
horrible.
We gave him easy words. Then we gave him like his bread and butter stuff. STIs and autism. I'm gonna ask you what, aside from these 10 things Zoot talks about regularly: children, Puff Daddy, Jeffrey Epstein, Dave Chappelle, Lily Phillips, Bonnie Blue, ADHD, autism, and
Yeah,
that's Zoot. That is Zoot. What else did he talk about? He does talk about a few other things, like raw comedy and uh, James McCann and his dog and cryptocurrency. But you didn't even know he had a brother till today. You've known this guy for like years, and you didn't know he had a brother.
did you know
Yeah.
I don't think Zoo.
Um, and he said he's gonna punch me in the face because I asked if his brother's girlfriend was masturbating.
I was just a question rational.
Doug, I've been live streaming now for 4 years. I've come to the conclusion that that's the question that everyone wants to know whenever they hear about someone of the opposite gender.
Also,
Right.
Wow. Yeah.
Right. You know, you know, you know that's a felony in the United States to say that to someone, or not in the United States, in the state of California to say that to somebody. That you're going to cause physical. It's considered like a terrorist threat that you're gonna do physical harm to somebody, severe physical harm.
Correct.
That's actually that happened to him. He threatened somebody or something, and they prosecuted him, but he got away with it because he said that he had some kind of behavioral issue, and they threw it out. He does. When was that? Like 5 years ago. And I'm not exactly sure when he. Dude, did he tell you he got punched in the face? And they never did anything about that. And I, for as much shit as I give Zoot, I do like him a lot. He's annoying as fuck. Dude, I don't give a shit. If you're watching this, you could be watching this live right now. I'm gonna tell you straight up. I hate that you are very difficult with him to, difficult person with him to communicate. I hate that you leave. I hate the subjects that you bring up, but I still love you to death. I when you come in, I get happy. Just you make me laugh not because you're funny, but because your personality is so strange that it makes me smile. And um, I will say this: I'm very proud of him for making it this far in rock comedy. It is
You literally have come in here, told me like personally that you were a professional comedian, and then today is like, nah, I just do it.
he's just saying that because his friends are saying that. They're all saying that. They don't want to say that they're doing it because they want to be in the national finals of rock comedy.
Can't
Right. If I mean, it would be like saying, well, this is what Zoot said he was gonna do. He's like, if I win and I beat one of my friends, I'm gonna give them the. I'm gonna say that I want them to take the award. Which I'm like, what if they don't accept it? What if they're like, no, Zoot, you deserve to win? He's like, well, like he was just trying to be like extremely humble. What'd you say?
He's not gonna have to worry about that.
It, but I mean, he got this far, which isn't that far. He basically had to have one good 5 minute set, and he didn't even win his heat, but they did let him back up. He had to win. I'm absolutely shocked that he didn't stumble over something, or say shit, or fuck, or go into something embarrassing. Like that's why I'm proud of him. That he was able to get one good. I mean, we didn't see it, but like apparently, like it had to be good enough that he got it off, and um, they did not find that he was offensive or any of the other shit.
Boom on the stage.
Well, I'm just thinking,
I think this guy, yeah, he didn't get booed off the stage is like a man.
Yeah.
Based on his improv.
just basically,
I know. I don't know. He thinks that improv skills are not a. I agree with that.
they have to, especially if you're doing crowd work. That's like really cool to be able to think on your feet. Like,
Even not doing crowd work, just coming up with material, brainstorming, just like brainstorming.
if Stu were here, I've told him this, so it's not like a surprise. I would tell him his comedy is predictable. He's never had a joke that I just think is really outside the box creative. Everything that he has said is something that I've either thought about, when the punchlines are um, easy to anticipate. The Kennedy one, that's like people have been making jokes about that for 60 years. It's not topical. I mean, I guess it is sort of, but um, his joke about like Zoot could have a really good misdirect or callback joke, like misdirect where he's saying like, "I did this, this, and this. I did this, this, and this. I did this, this, and this," and then come back and have a punchline that we're not expecting. But he doesn't have anything like that. His jokes are very predictable. And if I had to tell him from 0 to 10, with 10 being what I think is just absolutely the most brilliant comedy I've ever heard, and with Dave Chappelle being like a 7 or an 8, because I don't even think Dave Chappelle he's a good comic, but he's not like almost making me think from a philosopher standpoint. Sometimes he does, but other things he doesn't. So maybe, yeah, Dave Chappelle maybe a 7 or an 8. So you're a 1. Your jokes are easy to anticipate, and yet I'm not a finalist for South Australia Comic of the Year. Zoot. Like,
legitimate, funny riff that I would like. Literally, you can throw comedian into it. I mean, Zoot has with the funny movies, like the premise of like absolutely not that. I want to end with that. Like having the idea that I know it. I mean, yeah, he has. I don't know if you're five total cheese where that like
I thought your humming thing was really funny. They don't even hum. Um, I Zoot thinks he has a 25% chance of winning. He has a less than 1% chance. I wouldn't say 0 because all the people can simultaneously get in car accidents who he's up against. But I didn't even ask him how many people is he up against on Friday. Oh yeah, that's what it said. 45. You need to beat 33. Yeah, there's no way. There's absolutely no way. If he,
Natalie, I mean, he can do it. That's not
that's the thing. He could, and I would say this if he practiced. Let me say this: if you practice it, or anybody else, if you practice it, you can get it down, and you sound professional. And as I told him previously, if you just take 10 street jokes, simple, easy, set up punchline, set up punchline jokes, and memorize them, you have a 50% chance of winning this match. I really do.
if you
Nope. You can take street jokes that are directly just common funny jokes. Look, I'll do it right. I'll just get street jokes.
it's not fun if you stealing jokes and all that.
No, you don't understand the definition of a street joke. A street joke is something that you can't do that with. It's so well known in society, it's not traced to any single individual. So you could,
There's no creativity.
if people haven't heard it before, there's a lot of creativity.
Zero creativity. If you're stealing material,
It's
you're not
not.
creating.
It's not stealing. It's already available. It's allowed.
Well, you're still using material you did not create. So explain how that's.
You would ten really good jokes. There's some creativity if you listen through what you listen to. And
I don't think that's how you get to know where he's talking
um, his aren't really even jokes. In a lot of his have some jokes, but his are cool stories and that have a meaning. He's kind of getting to the point where he's a philosopher, and he does funny impressions too. But he's not like a setup joke punchline, uh, setup punchline kind of comedy either. Very few people, once you get to that level, do that. Nor do they want it. That takes a lot of work. It's a lot of work to fill an hour with joke punchline, joke punchline, joke punchline. Nobody, very few people can do that. It's a lot to memorize, and they would rather get bigger punches by telling a story.
I'm currently outdoors, and would you say, would you agree that I'm outside?
Okay. Uh, are you? Are you basically you're saying when you say you're outdoors, you are not. There's no roof, right?
Outdoors does not necessarily have to contain owner. You could be outdoors with a group or under a tarp. Or do you consider the tarp, or do you consider the more?
Is a gazebo outdoors? Yeah. Is a gazebo outside? Yeah. Can you be inside the gazebo? Yes. Can you be indoors of a gazebo? Yes.
You could also say you're under the gazebo, but
You could say you're inside the gazebo as well. You could do the same for a house, I believe. You could do it outside the house. Your gazebo is a no gazebo is an interesting one. You can say that you're outside the gazebo, that you're outdoors in a gazebo, that you're inside a gazebo, and that you're indoors in a gazebo.
okay, if you're on a patio or a restaurant, you're outside. You're like you're supposed to be outside on the patio.
Um,
Depending on the structure that's connected, if there's umbrellas, like on the outdoor patio, an umbrella does not constitute indoors.
you're
But
in.
it's still a roof.
Uh, I mean, if there's an awning, aren't you inside the awning?
Yeah, but it depends on how the structure of the building is.
I agree. Okay, so,
One second, I'm going to go there.
so fuck that elevator.
So it's like the elevator.
You listen to this motherfucker? Are you all listening to this motherfucker? Are you listening to this motherfucker?
you there?
Yeah, I just outdoors in my apartment.
Outdoors.
There was a
Outdoors.
elevator all ago.
Outdoor.
Now outdoors in my apartment.
Outdoors in your apartment. Why wouldn't you just say inside your apartment?
Because I'm outside.
Oh, okay. So then why wouldn't you say
I am in my apartment, but my apartment and meetings are outside.
this goes back to your thing about synthetics not being a real
The
thing?
majority of buildings, or at least residential housing, are wood frame, timber, construction.
Okay, but this just goes back to your thing that synthetics don't exist because everything can be taken back to being organic, right?
I mean, do you agree with that to some extent? You can say no.
I mean, the fact that then you would say that atoms are organic, and then I would say yeah, but I would say that there's a process that can be done usually, and that's when something is considered synthetic. So, like metal, you take like iron ore and you melt it, and then it becomes steel. Steel is more synthetic material.
Yeah, no, and I said that earlier. That, like, after you alter an organic element, then it's typically classified as synthetic. But
But
they're ultimately derivatives of organic materials.
usually, organic, uh, a lot of times it's connected to organisms. Doesn't necessarily need to be, but something that was once living. But I understand, like rocks aren't living and they're considered organic,
What do you mean by living materials?
like wood.
Okay.
All right. What about this one?
Oh, okay. Outdoor.
Uh, let's see if I can remember this one. I don't know if it's okay. All right. I don't know if I'm going to say it correctly. This is between. Wait, hold on. What is it? The thing about which
Should, what would a woodchuck chuck wood?
no, it's something like
Chuck woods, that's
the the uh. I'm thinking about something between 6 and 7. It doesn't have a decimal or a fraction. What is it?
uh,
No,
well, that was a good answer.
that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, the clock spins around to tell the time. And at some point, the clock be between 6 and 7.
Yeah, but that's not it.
What's the shift or what's the answer?
The answer is the letter and. 6 and 7. I'm thinking about something between 6 and 7. The word and is between 6 than 7. It doesn't have a decimal, nor is it a fraction.
There's a clock hand. Okay.
No, the clock hand doesn't make any sense. The clock hand would be representing a fraction or a decimal.
It's not a fraction. Time is not a fraction.
A clock displaying time is a fraction. Or it can be
No,
it can be it can be it can be reduced it can be reduced to a fraction.
6:34 and 6:35. 35 is 35 of 60 minutes.
Exactly. So it'd be 35.
No one tells time like that. They're not. No one ever tells time. Oh, I'm out of 12.
Yes, they do. They say it's 2:30, and that's 50%, or 1/2. Or they'll say 2:15, which is 1/4. They do that all the time, dog.
Sure, but that doesn't make the actual time itself.
Yes, it does. 1/4 is when someone says quarter after, they mean one. They mean 1/4 of the hour.
Yeah, and you're describing it like that.
But you can't describe the word "and" like that, or it wouldn't make sense.
No, okay. Just because something can be divided into parts doesn't make the thing itself a fraction.
Yeah, it does.
No.
Give me an example.
A fraction is like 6 over 7, or 5 over 5.
If something is divided into parts, it is by definition a fraction. It's either whole, which would be 1/1, or half, which would be 1/2, or a third, 1/3.
So you're inserting the fraction over time. Time itself isn't like inherently a fraction until you insert this fraction of time.
Now, what the fuck are you saying? If I say to you, it's 6:30, that means it's 1/2 of the hour, which is 6:30.
Yeah, I think just because a clock can be like broken up in fractions and divided in half, not make the concept of time itself automatically equate to fraction
And
or being fractional.
yes, it does. Now, we might not discuss it in those ways, but if
I mean, I think you might very well. To me, it seems like you're
right, yeah, I know it does. Seem right.
forcing a fraction into.
No, it just wouldn't be referred to that generally, but many people would. If you say midday, that's half the way through the day. That's the midpoint, or 3:30, 3:15. Is anything that is able to be broken up into parts also technically a fraction from a theoretical sense? A fraction is a mathematical expression that represents a part of a whole or a ratio between two quantities. Okay, good. Fraction division ratio. Theoretical perspective, fractions of divisibility. From a theoretical standpoint, any quantity that can be divided into equal parts can be represented using fractions.
Time itself isn't a fraction. Time is a fundamental dimension, measure of change in sequence. It's a human construct that helps us make sense of our experience.
Can everything be a fraction? Yes. In a broad theoretical sense, any divisible object or quantity can be represented as a fraction. So that includes physical objects. Pizza cut into 8 slices gives 1/8 per slice. Measurements, time. The first thing it says is time, distance, or volume can be fractional. For an hour, 3/4 of a mile. Abstract quantities, probabilities, rates, and proportions are often expressed in fractions.
Now, just because something can be divided hypothetically doesn't automatically make it a fraction. Instead, we're using fractions as a way to quantify and relate time.
Yeah, it does.
No, my AI is correct. Your AI is like a team of AI. The real AI.
Okay, here we go.
Your AI sucks.
Can every mathematical number, can everything, whether it's a pizza or a dog or a human or a time, be represented as a fraction? Like a dog would be 1/1, and time might be half past the hour. Everything can be a fraction. Two dogs would be 2/1.
Fraction is not inherent in property of time itself. No, this is not even a debate. I was right.
It is.
I was literally right.
Uh,
Everyone here
oh, no.
on this
From a theoretical standpoint, steel man this argument.
no steel manning allowed.
Here we go. No, it is steel man argument. Everything can be represented as a fraction. Ontological neutrality. Reality as quantifiable relations. At the most fundamental level, reality can be described not as things, but as relations between quantities. A dog is not a primitive object. It is a stable pattern of mass, energy, time, and information. A human is a more complex but still finite aggregation of those same measurable properties. Time is not a thing, but a rate of change. If reality is fundamentally relational, then ratios or fractions are sufficient to describe it. Measurement collapses into measurement collapses entities into ratios. Any attempt to describe something scientifically requires measurement, and measurement always produces ratios. Length is object over unit length, mass is object over unit mass. Time equals event duration over unit time. Count equals quantity over unit, dogs per reference dog. Thus, one dog is one dog over one dog, which is 1/1. Two dogs over two dogs. Half an hour is 30 minutes or 60 over 60 minutes, one half. Even discrete objects become fractional relative to a chosen unit. Whole numbers are a special case of fractions. Mathematically, every integer n equals n/1. So if integers can represent discrete objects and integers are fractions, then fractions are sufficient to represent discrete unity. This makes fractions a universal numerical language, not a limited one. Apparent indivisibility is scale dependent. Objects like you can't have a dog fall under scale analysis. At different resolutions, a dog is divisible into organs into cells, cells into molecules, molecules into particles. particles into energy distribution. At every scale, quantities are expressible as fractions of a reference whole. Indivisibility is a practical constraint, not a theoretical one. Time as a fractional change. This is for you, Riser. Time does not need to be absolute to be real. Time can be defined as change relative to a periodic process. Thus, half past the hour equals one half of a cycle. A moment equals delta change over reference change. So time is fundamentally fractional, a ratio of changes. Information theoretic framing. Do you need me to go on? Because I can.
I think we turned it on.
But wait. This inherently there's an issue that arises in this discussion. Do you recognize what it is?
What's that being?
In the riddle that I gave, I said I didn't read the riddle correctly, but I said the answer is not a decimal nor is it a fraction. Technically, and I guess a fraction, one of the word and. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It
So-
does make sense. So yeah, the river.
Okay, now that may be true.
No one's talking about this. Right here.
So that may be true that that riddle is incorrect. But the idea that everything is divisible in fractions
Is correct.
Tomorrow morning on CNN, there's going to be crazy stories.
It's going to be this. Our top story: Zoot is 24 hours away from being the funniest person in South Australia, and additionally, everything is divisible into fractions.
That riddle and
Let me get the riddle correct. Okay.
you can just impose bullshit fraction over anything apparently.
What is the riddle? It's something like this thing is in between 6 and 7. It's not a decimal. It does not have a decimal point, and it's not a fraction. It's something like that. The best brain busting riddle. So, so it could just be what is between 6 and 7. The word and. The riddle plays on the way numbers are spoken in English. When you say 6 and 7, the word and is literally between them. Hold on. So from that perspective, let me just put it maybe.
I would try to just go on to Reddit, like Reddit, like make up a riddle that just like doesn't make a lot of sense. There's no clear answer, and then there's
What is the
never
riddle?
answer.
What is between 6 and 7? Not a decimal, or is it a fraction? What is the riddle? Is it like this is between 6 and 7? It does not have decimal, and it is a fraction. Yeah, classic riddle, and because it's literally between 7 and 7. Okay, but what is the formal version of it? What comes between 6 and 7 has no decimal and is not a fraction.
But technically, the word and is a fraction. It would be and over 1. That's what you should do. Go on Reddit and tell everybody.
Just every answer that they have, absolutely everything you just say. The answer is a fraction. I mean, okay. So then, how about an answer?
What was the hilarious video that you watched yesterday?
There's a YouTube channel and like always like trapping scammers and like magazines or whatever. And you love this one. He has like a bunch of scammers and apprentices who do like it's like $1 million in Bitcoin, but it's really a fake site. And then so they had a bunch of subscribers create these like really like unstoppable like captures. And then the scammers had to like go through and try and like these infuriating like ridiculous captures.
I would love that. That's amazing. Did you know that story can be simplified into a fraction? It would be whatever that story is over one.
Wow, I didn't know that. Well, I thought I know it. It didn't even make sense for it to go divide them by one.
I think so.
To be outdoors. To be outdoors.
Tent
is a good area.
It's the same as a gazebo.
The same as you like.
A gazebo. I was thinking that too.
But it has walls.
Not all tents. Not all tents.
Okay.
Not all tents. Not all tents have walls. Not all tents have walls. Not all. Do you recognize what I'm saying? Not all tents have walls.
What tent doesn't have walls?
Like those tents that you have at like at the beach.
Are they like that?
No, it's like just a canopy with metal frame.
Oh, like ice, like looks like. Okay, I think that's great. I'll read the top part.
Yeah. You know what I would do if I were you? I would type it easy architect. Easy, like the letter E, the letter C. The letter easy architect.
That,
Whatever.
yeah, four sticks. But those are definitely outside. But it's more of a philosophical debate. Is outside
Like a tent with actual size. So wouldn't that just be wouldn't that be just a structure? Just like a house?
One could argue that. But,
One, you know what one could argue is that it's a fraction.
That's true. It's actually one
That is, oh no, that's incorrect. That would mean it's one. It's actually 1/10 over 1, which equals the 10th.
You can't divide. Is that?
Because then that would just be 1. Like if you had 2/10, then it would be 10th and 10th, 2/10 over 1. Now here's a question for you. If a gazebo is in a tent, would you be inside the gazebo, indoors of the gazebo, outside in the gazebo, and outdoors in the gazebo all simultaneously?
Yeah,
I think so too. I don't even think you need to tell when you said it.
so.
All right, so just take a gazebo. Okay, you could be outside in the gazebo, outdoors in the gazebo. Those make sense. You could be inside the gazebo and indoors of the gazebo. That makes sense too.
I forget, but when you say inside, it's like a reference to where you are with a certain object.
The hard one for me with the gazebo is there isn't a real door. So let's use the tent. You could be outside in the tent, inside in the tent, outdoors in the tent, and indoors in the tent. All of those work.
So you're able to justify that. How do you justify that being outside of
You can be outside in the tent. You can be outdoors in the tent. You can be inside in the tent and indoors in the tent.
I heard what you said, but I'm asking you to explain why you can.
Okay, if you're outside in the tent, it means you're in the outdoors or like in natural, like in the natural setting in the tent. You can be outdoors in the tent, which is the idea that you're in a natural setting in the tent, and then the other two, which were inside in the tent and indoors in the tent. The big issue is, can you be outside out of the tent?
Yeah, of course. That would just
Be out,
body of actually in the tent.
right? Can you be out? Can you be outside or outdoors out of the tent? Yes, you can. Can you be?
Outside of the tent, but also in the tent.
Can you be outside of the tent? Can you be outside of the tent but also in the tent? Yes, you can. If your body, like your head, were outside of the door, but your body were, yeah, exactly. That would be you're outside of the tent, inside the tent, and that's how I would describe that. Oh, that person stuck their head outside of the tent while their body was in the tent. And if I weren't being so specific, I would say they stuck. That person was outside the tent while in the tent.
Have you ever gone?
Not a lot, but yeah. And it
So you agree that outside the city or outside the city?
outside the sleeping bag. You're outside the sleeping bag. What is that? What in comparison to what?
Always outside.
No, not if you're in the sleeping bag, then you're inside the sleeping bag.
You just said that you can be outdoors and outside.
Yeah, okay, so you would be outside in you'd be outside in the sleeping bag. Just like you could be inside in the sleeping bag.
Sure.
And just like a sleeping bag is sleeping bag over one.
Yeah. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, and just like your clock, whatever time that would be, is a fraction. And if anything, you could describe the clock as a fraction of of just being whatever between the hand between 5 and 6 over 1. But that proves that riddle is incorrect if you say it's not a decimal and not a fraction. So the riddle is just this is between 5 and 6. If you say that, then
No, and this is also this is one.
if somebody said that, I would say
Answer, like,
if someone said that, well, there could be a lot of answers to it. Nobody says there has to be one. You could say a word. You could say a 3-letter word.
if it's not, like if by this rule that you have like 10 times 10 over one, time is time over one, and is the end of the one, everything can just be put into a fraction.
I agree.
Unless you can somehow be outside of the fraction.
That's impossible.
I don't know about that.
Well, let's see. I'm sure there's some kind of mathematical way to say that you would be dividing by 0, which you can't do.
I think you can do it, but the answer just becomes infinity.
No. You can divide anything. 0 divided by anything is 0, but you can't divide by 0.
What happens when you divide by 0?
Like in a
It just
calculator,
instantly evaporates.
in a calculator, it says error. Why can't you divide by 0? Division by 0 is undefined because it violates fundamental rules of arithmetic and leads to logical contradictions. Core reason. Division is defined as the inverse of multiplication. For money, it's like a bunch of math stuff. Any number multiplied by 0 is 0. That makes it impossible. Oh, there's too much math. Okay. Specific cases. Non-zero divided by 0. For instance, 1 divided by 0. No number equals, okay, so why not infinity? Why, well, since the result depends on the direction of a consequence. Allowing division by 0 breaks the consistency of mathematical operations, such as the distributive property, and leads to absurd conclusions. To maintain a coherent mathematical system, division by 0 is simply undefined. I always felt like it should be infinity, but it's not. Why isn't it though? Why
Well,
is
it's just
why
your top
isn't
number.
why
One
isn't
over
stop
two,
stop stop stop?
no,
Why
one
isn't
divided into two
dog
parts.
dog? Do you not know what that means? Do you not know what that means? Why isn't dividing by 0 infinity? The logic for 2 divided by 0 equals infinity equals something equals 2 over 1 equals 2, 2 over 0.01 is 20, 2 over 0.01 is 200, and so on. Dividing by a really small number makes a really big number, so dividing by 0 should be infinity. But what if you start from the other side? 2 divided by negative 1 equals negative 2. 2 divided by negative 0.1 equals 20. 2 divided by negative 0.01 equals negative 200, etc. Dividing by a really small number makes a really big negative number. So dividing by 0 should make negative infinity. 2 divided by 0 equals infinity, and 2 divided by 0 equals negative infinity. Yeah, both be true. So we say 2 divided by 0 is undefined instead. There's no definite answer to the equation. Okay, I get that. So because negative infinity could exist, we have to say it's undefined. They can both be true if negative infinity equals infinity, which is possible. Yeah, but when people ask questions like these, they're talking about regular numbers or extended reals. Number systems with a single infinity do exist, but I think it's safe that to say that the person isn't asking about them.
Did you go to college?
Fuck yeah.
Oh, yeah. Did you get a
Fuck yeah.
what was your degree?
Dick Stangen.
Did you actually go to
Politics.
Are you serious? I thought you don't like politics.
I don't like that because I know a lot about it.
Was like the political degree.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways, but that's why people want to come in here. It's almost like someone who wants to talk to somebody about a war, but they don't know that that person is a war. It's like I'm like the silent veteran on the message. We don't talk about
I just burned out of it.
yeah, we get talk about politics. The first half of my life, talk about politics. I haven't like to talk about it. And really because my people's views change. Nobody's perfect, but
Were you going to try to be a politician ever, or like that?
no, I love politics and history. I love leadership. I love how to manipulate mass amounts of people with marketing. Um, it is just
You're well set when you become people's most popular.
100%. That's the end game, baby. I don't talk about this thing, and then I go viral, and then I'm the world's expert. Not the world's expert, but I know a lot more about politics. Any of the people who come into my space and are like, "Hey, I want to talk about Nick Fuentes and fucking Ben Shapiro." Like, okay, that's fine. But yeah, it's my fourth, but I don't like it. Again, it's like the veteran who doesn't want to talk about the war.
Like, somehow when I was called for 12 hours, you know that?
That's it.
It's crazy. I've never on the close to 12 hours.
Are you proud of yourself?
Just goes to the black hole. Every time I come in here, it's literally a black hole.
Dude, I was just saying the same thing about you to people in that space. They were like, what do you like? What? I'm like, well, it really depends. Like last night, this is a couple nights ago. I was talking to a friend of mine from Canada and Australia. And whenever I talk to these guys, like I'll be up till like 5 in the morning, and that screws up my whole week, or perhaps a month of sleeping because my hours get all reversed. But we have good time together, and we can get together and fake jokes like that. And then this one person's like, okay, well, um, what time did this happen? I'm like, it could happen. I have another friend who comes in every evening about 7 p.m. to play bowling. And then, like
okay, well, what time do you get up? I'm like, it depends. If my friends are there until like 5 in the morning. Sometimes I just stay up the whole day, or I try to, or I'll go to sleep and then awake at like 4 in the afternoon. It just they were like trying to get me to some kind of schedule. It doesn't work that way.
I just want to be back to 5 a.m. and like training up at all.
Well, guess what? 5 a.m. is 5 divided by 24, and that is outside the realm of normal thinking, but inside the world of mathematics. And you and know with good faith that your friend maybe has a 25%, 1/4 chance of being the funniest person or already is the funniest person in all of us. He's got a 0 divided by 1. In all,
I was gonna say you earlier in Literati had to in yeah. You said like, oh, it's like kind of a you have you like that funny or whatever.
I do that.
We have good times.
Oh, I absolutely do.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna pay back for compliments and say thank you, like for being the one person on the planet I talk to about like maybe for like 8 hours and talking about random things.
Absolutely, you're a good person. You take my shit exceptionally well, and you don't get offended by it. And if at any point you forget, I would stop. Like, um, I just know you can take it if you can't. You get, you understand part of my confidence and being like extremely confident and things like
That's
that.
not hilarious.
Exactly.
Like,
Exactly. But like Miss Aquarius, I don't do that to her at all. It's amazing to see when I play with her. It's very much you win, I win, you win. No. It absolutely is polar opposite. It's polar opposite. I know because she wouldn't play me if I did. That would be that's not her way. And so I never do that. I absolutely never do that. I don't even really. We don't even. I mean, I'm always kind of keeping an eye on the score, but she doesn't, and we just do it to have fun. And that's fine. But then when I get you, I know you can take it, and I love taking it out because it's so over the top, and there's a lot of content for me to do that with, like, oh, I'm the best fucking Scrabble player of the fucking dictionary, or this is the greatest shot in the history of human time. It's just like so over the top. Like, don't talk like that. You're playing about a mini game, but to me, it's very, very funny. And if I watch my streams in the past and I watch the shit talking, and it is so funny. It's almost it's like it like enhances it because we're playing this little mini game. And I'm just like, oh, that was the worst fucking shot I've ever seen. It's very much like when you watch William Montgomery and he's like, what? Who said that? Who said that? No, bitch, who said that? No, bitch, you want to come up here? Fuck you. That's, like when he does that, he's just like so over the top. It's very much like that. It's very funny. And, but well, I'll say this: at any time it ever affects you, I'll ever do, you blow a whistle, you throw a flag. I will correct myself, and I'm very good at generally
I doubt that'll happen.
not making the same mistake again. And if I didn't think you could take it, I would do it. Like with Zoot, do I do it to Zoot? Not like you. Not like
Sure, suits all friendly.
yeah, but I don't.
They're not trying to hurt him. They're just joking.
Well, like with Jacob, like I don't know Jacob as well. That's why I'm giving you tons of shit, and I don't really give you shit because I want to warm. I wanted to warm up more than just be like, oh, that was the absolute dog shit shot I've ever seen. This is absolute bullshit that you people try to contend with the world's greatest mini golf player. Like, you shut the fuck up. Like, that's what anybody can say. When you get to know me, you recognize that this is someone who can be humble and can be kind, but also can be extremely cocky and extremely confident. And if you let them go, it's actually a really fun. It's a really funny show that they'll put on to just tell you how good they are at some minute little activity. So I'm glad you get it, and I do it even when you're not here on the stream. I do it all the time. Oh, I wanted to tell you this. This is something that I thought you might think is, I don't know. So this was a stand-up joke that I thought of that I've never heard anybody say, but I'm sure somebody said it. But it just was like a little clip. It's not that funny, but it is. So there's a summer and a winter Olympics. But why aren't there a spring and fall Olympics? And then you go into what sports would be spring and fall sports. And I thought that was kind of funny. You even laughed at it. It's like a funny thing. So so
Can you do it from right now?
yeah, I could. So there's a summer Olympics, of course. There's a winter Olympics, of course. But I thought to myself, why isn't there a spring Olympics or a fall Olympics? Naturally, some of the fall sports that we might see are American football and maybe perhaps rugby. But what would we have in the spring? It might be gardening. There might be rainfall precipitation measuring. You could potentially have who can pollinate the most amount of flowers. In the fall, you could have who could harvest the most. You could have like farmers involved. Who could grow the biggest crop? Who could harvest the most amount of pumpkins? You could have pumpkin carving as a fall holiday. You could certainly have who could scare the most amount of people, or who could make the largest Thanksgiving dinner. You certainly in the spring could have who could potentially be able to have the best opportunity to find the most amount of sunshine in the day. There's not as much to do in the spring. It seems like in terms of fall. So that got me to thinking we need more spring sports, more things that you do in the spring. It's like all of a sudden there's the sun and it's warmer and everybody's happier, but we don't have any sports to play. So with that being said, I feel like we should invent some new spring sports to correlate with the fall sports. There you go.
The ending.
So what I do, I have this thing. It's really funny. So I literally from the moment I wake up, and I've been doing this at work, like how my life. Okay, so when I wake, I say a quick prayer, call the Lord on, and something that Orthodox Jews right upon awake, and then I go to wash. And when I wash, I always make a joke about, and I told you this before, but basically, like, I imagine like there are like an announcer and a play-by-play guy, and they're talking about me like an athlete, and I'll say like, "Look at this footwork. Look at the agility out of this athlete. This is unprecedented agility. This is an incredible phenom that we're seeing here." And then I'll go and wash and do up whatever. And then when I'm resetting my streams, because it's so mundane, I I'll be like, look at this. Like sometimes I'll have to go like where I'm here, and I have to like stretch over here to like mess with that computer. I'll be like, look at this athleticism. This is unprecedented athleticism. We've never seen a stretch like this before in the history of humankind. We have never seen a stretch like this before. There's so much sexiness that is oozing out of this person. It is unprecedented that we have the opportunity need to witness this. This would be like an Will Chamberlain had sex with Babe Zacharias, Babe Zacharias on the 50-yard line of Dallas Stadium on the 4th of July, 1975. This is like if we had an orgy at the Olympic Olympic what do you call that thing? Olympic where all the Olympic athletes go. Uh, called Olympic, Olympic. What's that thing where they have all the Olympic athletes? Olympic something. It's like where they all like meet and like meet each other. The reason why I say this, it's called. Oh, because I said dog. So what do you call that part of the Olympics where all the athletes meet and they eat? It has a name, and sometimes they hook up with each other there. It's called Olympic Village. It's like Olympic Village, like a well-known thing with a lot of people. And I don't know. I do this stuff, and I joke to myself, but then it moved into when I talk with people. I'd be like, I'd be extremely cocky, confident, and such. Anyway, I think it's hilarious. And right, I'm glad you get my humor, and I'm glad that you're my friend. And 12 hours can go by really quickly, and come back whenever you want. You know, okay?
Yeah, man, I got.
Please pick that
You saw that message that I sent you.
up.
There's this, this I think game show that I've seen it before, but I watched it for the first time yesterday. This thing is fucking. It's so bad. It's the most boring show ever. It's 5 hours long, and it's like it's just so mundane. I mean, you get at it. Because eventually, and sometimes like 90% of it, it's literally that. It's just like you. There's a bunch of pictures that just come up, and you have to just what's on picture, and it's literally like so. It's like horse. Dog. Heard it. And you're playing against some person. I think I sent you a video of it. It's just so bad and entertaining. It's horrible.
I played it. I played a game like this community, like on Sunday, where they just would show you a picture. It was a hand drawn picture. It wasn't like a live picture like this, and you had to guess what it was. Whoever could do it best. Tokens.
I like the game where you have to hand draw and a bunch of people are guessing. That one's fun.
You fucking love Pictionary, don't you?
Whatever the draw one is, we draw it live and have to guess. That one's fun. Yeah, this game sucks. The game show.
Okay, well, I have not seen that message as of yet, so I'm glad I saw it now. And I see you sent me. What's the Coca-Cola thing? Oh, the guy who remade the Coca-Cola. It took him a year, and then it doesn't think about the scanners. So I will do my best to check it out when I have time. But
Yeah, no, right.
So again, thank you for your time. I hope yellow is. So,
Is that the end of your story? Dude, I have this fucking.
Friction coming.
Minutes later. Out of fighting. It's very healthy. He's a very intelligent guy. He also does a lot of things to respond very actively. He's very proactive. Even like that, just seeing on social media where he's like, "Hey guys, this is what I do." Like he's just like a very, very positive, does not scenario for who has a successful, happy life outside of it. He's great. Before. It was just this incredible challenge. He was good at it. And just a way to express himself. I was like, tell people. human beings for sure. I think it's they found bones in Gary's shop in the 1930s. I'm sure the image and so that exists and also exists in Asia, right? So you look at that street, we know it existed during the Ice Age, so we know that migrated from Siberia yeah. So Mormon guy found out that incorrect. Now there
Right? So, how are you? Oh, I've been up all night with Riser. We sleep for 12 hours today. Yeah, it's fun. We'll sleep over for did you have coffee? You drink coffee? Yeah. Yeah, perhaps I'm just creative and I'm in the middle of a creative space with whatever it is. I watch the podcast. Um,
You have a wonderful day. God willing. I'll see you tonight.
Just writing. I went to a girl store. This is like Einstein. So now she's just looking in front of me and brought these chapters. And then I wanted to ask her, because I already studied the chapters too. We all like it. No way to do your work. No way to do raise an idea. I just didn't believe it. And then when it was my turn, after hundreds of people, I get to her, and she goes, hello. She takes a little picture of you. And I said, would you write these chapters? I said, I love your stories. Actually, finish the book, get it published. Whoa! She raped and gave it a career. So that was really amazing. Earlier this year, he emailed me. And it was because this book was coming out. I was amazing to have. I mean, I say at this point, no one's the conservation of Mother Earth. And she just she was always a little believe stuff. It was like you were trying to protect this forest. And so yeah, right. 6 months ago, I got to tell her, I was like, this is the last time I was protecting. I think it was 100,000 acres, and then the last 30,000 acres. So I said, you tried as was. So much about mandatory for her. We said there's human. And now we know that capital scratch. Rest of her life. The lesson that we take away from that 13 minutes conversation was 100 days. Started
There's a bunch of places that have this creature gets of the discovery. And there's a possibility those islands so small, like on the air. What's going weird. No, there's no one. I mean, it's 100. But finding that's what the tribes was contacted. Because we contacted tribes. It was like crap. Run. I was 10 days in the jungle. Sorry. This is it's like a vision to right. Not even stories. Using strange. I feel like somehow it's like it's like I was 10 years ago. 20 civilization. Yes, that's what's crazy. You know, they have no idea, and everyone else back home is like, the only thing is that with the women, and they pulled up all the. So for a second, but and then maybe it's supposed to be like, hey, you guys come, maybe the communities don't try. Maybe they don't want to come. They want a few things. Right. You know, maybe they want to go over shit because they don't just have, you know, they want to get to themselves. The most of the contact people sometimes in Ireland. Yeah. And north of Ireland, they actually, part of that is one of the ways to understand digital some people because they can make contact with the guy named Commander who was a explorer slash murderer. Really trying to say this like had like German was like his testicles the size of a sparrow. Dressed him up like the soldiers, take pictures of him. They hit past him with them and they died. And so they had this intense people because of this guy. It's an exploration of that island. The island and other islands. So they don't have much, right? There's no evidence of fire. So there's this story that is in so they store this, they call this world tradition. So it shows up on the phone. That's where the islands have elements. And there's still people riding around the elements, you know, trees off the road, Joey Cross, one place to the other place. You said,
Oh, fuck.
I think many times Jewish people because they couldn't see them great monarch, the king of the time, the king of Germany. Talking by the way of the area of France and Germany, which we're focusing on, but they saw to connect Spain and North Africa and that they crusade was uniquely the issue of France and Germany. There was a great strong king of France, Henry V, who was the king of southern Germany. His rival was basically was called Rabbi II in that time. And Rabbi thought of a good plan in order that he should be able to finally get a victory over the king, which was to unite all Christian people throughout the world, even throughout the control place of the church, to unite them against one thing, which is when you unite people against something, you put the frenzy and people get more into it. With that, against to overthrow the government. The opportunity for this came up when a certain man called Peter, who was residing in Eretz at the time, came and gave some terrible news of Christian people being tormented, being harassed by the Muslims who control Jerusalem and Israel at large. This gave people the opportunity to go and get everybody who would come into a war. They invest in jihad into a holy war to free the holy city, to free Jerusalem from the unbelievers, from the infidels, from the Muslims, and to give freedom the poor Christian people who would benefit. They promised a mixture of two things which guaranteed success. Number one, money. They would join in the crusade, would to plunder everything that everybody and everything that they conquered. Number two, you get them a spiritual season. If you join the crusade, you will have salvation. You will be saved in the next world. All your sins will be forgiven, and it will be that's it. Done in this world. If you wait for the next world, there's an opportunity. Yeah, that's right. In this world and the next. This is what we're doing this. This is what we're doing this. LC student one. The name Crusade came about because they were very recent when they crossed, and therefore in any solo, the travel across, they say the travels of the cross. That's what's known as English Crusade. Masa is the travel. And so they had a whole ceremony where they would do the cross, whatever it was. That's where the name Crusade came from. Now it's interesting that in the beginning, the Jews did not by this whole thing. They thought that maybe even rightly so. This was just to be something that they were to be expected to feed them. People would be traveling through their towns, to facilitate this week. They were going to Israel. They were traveling to Jerusalem. They didn't have anything to do with that. Unfortunately, they were mistaken. The reasons for which they were mistaken were small. So, that reason to feel safe, because there was a whole segment of society who was against these people, which were segments of the government. The government didn't want anything like this happening. They thought that they knew that it was the most plan on this hard that they didn't feel bad about this people in Jerusalem. They wanted to work up the masses into a small way. So they knew exactly what German Jews, by the Jews of the Jews of Germany, because they had this occasion, who was the greatest rival of the Pope, extremely powerful, very powerful. If they're not going anywhere, they're not going to come to Germany. They're just Germany will get into Israel. Not they're not going to do anything. It's a mistake. Because these people will be from France. Unfortunately, quite would be as follows. This is going to be unbelievable. Only other causes which have to be accomplished now. If we're going to conquer Jerusalem away from those non-believers who are preventing the believing people, then the real culprits were the ones who killed the Messiah, were the ones who languages, blood, etc. All the fanaticism that these all the symptoms, massive by monks and by the priests, and a tremendous opportunity, and the Catholics, nobody's going to save them, nobody really going to stand up for them, as we will see was true. Which was also a very great reason why the Crusades turned into what it was, is because the economy of Germany was very poor. No, there was nothing. The drugs were bad. There was a bit of plenty of poverty. There was plenty of who weren't making it in life at all. And there's a good opportunity. You can't, there's futures there, there's fame there, there's power, so much weight. The funds, criminals, everybody with a black history, who were going to become a hero. They said, joined, and they did. And hardly 300,000 such people who joined. And the result was, things you think Crusaders weren't such people, nobody was able to stop them, not even their own generals. Because when they ran their own show, they would simply thirsty people just would kill upon them without any particular account to be given. And the one that it would fall on for the wrong reason as well, for the Jews being so vulnerable. The reason why the Jews of Germany were mistaken was because this King Henry went to live in Italy at the time he moved. And he left most. He left control of the country was through the ministers who had what great people in the country many circumstances completely getting things problems into control when it came to it. And we'll see that this is exactly what it is. And it was tough. We read it actually, if you want to read it, we know much of the happenings of the Crusades, because Tishon choice of lamentations were written in memory to remember times of biblical times. Whenever something goes wrong, we decree a fast. They decree a fast. They came into the shore. But they themselves not again in their faith because they had that way was the king and would not allow these people to know they don't want any of these people coming in. In 90 days, the Crusaders had made their way from France to Germany, going through a number of towns and killing the Jews in merciful ways. He was the leaders of the Crusaders was a guy called Godfrey. I can't pronounce it. So I don't know the English, but we have versions of probably we have used for later. Yep. Yeah. Germany was coming. Not to come in. He requested with a hefty money as private extradition. They bribed him with 500 he said not to walk in. They said not for his people, not for the fellas, not for the fellas who decided to follow him. The mob did not bother listening into Germany. And they went into a number of Jewish cities, which were essentially from the Jewish communities from the yeshivas. And the main happenings that we could say of the Crusaders pretty much there. The first city they came into was a city called a number of sort of names. It's the sort of places many of the military leaders will be thinking which is here. They came to them and it was a Shabbos, the 8th day of the year of the Crusaders transpired between Pesach and Shavuos. One great tragedy of Shavuos itself. This was the event of the Jewish culture. It was Shabbos, and the argument they did in the shores, as we know, Europe, the Jews until the day they knocked themselves behind doors on the shore, and actually got wild to go the wall. They broke over, they to defend themselves under the while broke in and started killing people from one. They managed to kill about 10 people with the suicides not to fall into their hands. And in the last minutes, there's something interesting that happened. There was a man called John who was very faithful to agree to the king. And it found out that the man actually not considered captain and was rioting in the city of Spain. He came running with his army and to disperse the obviously his army being a small army, a proper army, and they were able to fight off them. They were obviously very frustrated. This wasn't because of particularly the Jews, because he didn't want these people in his place in his country. The name of the mob was given the punishment that his arm was cut off, which was nice for him. And he actually jumped his credit. He gave refuge to the Jews of the community. So if anything else happened, they would be safeguarded. This was all be secluded for a while, just convene, came back with the while on every one of them. As always, Jewish resilience. An account of a boy, Simcha Kohen, who was dragged out of his academy and was taken to the church to be baptized. And he's made as if he was going along with him, and in the middle of it, pulled out a knife and stabbed the bishop. And he was obviously immediately torn to pieces. But that was a great display of self-sacrifice that he had. The next, the city, which there is great record of most unfortunate slaughter, is so Mainz. Clydemus ben Clydemus gathered with him a group of 300 Jews who were to defend the people. They did put up a resistance for a while and were successful. Sooner or later, it was obvious that they were going to fail. Clydemus of the Crusaders, he slaughtered his own son, and the fathers slaughtered their children, and the famous prison which we notice on the 9th of Av, which says, you know, merit to learning of Torah, to give you offerings as correspondence, sacrifices, says sacrifices of the same. Many thousands died in Mainz and were buried in 9 great pits. Altogether, there were about 10,000 Jews who perished in the First Crusade. About 10,000 numbering many towns. Cologne, Meer, different other towns and cities in Germany. Totally, everything their families without any. The Crusaders actually, in 87 years, just a bit of history, years had sovereignty had the rule in Jerusalem, and obviously they did not let Jews anywhere near Jerusalem, and even when they did, with very heavy taxes, and only allowed to live in a small area, in a small corner of the town. There were 2 things we could say which were the legacy of the Crusaders. There was obviously more than one crusade. There was, I believe, about 5 crusades. The later ones, however, not as gruesome as the first ones. But the legacy that they all left was, number one, the Jews are everybody, whoever it comes to get up to destroy them. There was not to be, at the end of the day, anything to stop anybody from destroying Jews, revealing Jews, or wronging Jews. Every year, the field collapsed right in front of them when it was tried. The other legacy, which I believe is something obviously very hurtful, but something extremely helpful, the legacy of misuse and this was a great display of self-sacrifice of Jews who committed suicide, not only that, but making something harrowing was to kill their own spouses and children, so as not to betray the Almighty, so as not to betray Hashem and His name. This was something which throughout Jewish history was always looked at as one of the great, one of the self-sacrifice, and utter self-sacrifice, in a sense of Crusaders. So the Crusades, there were obviously some very horrible and terrible images or scenes of self-sacrifice and killing, mutilating, and so on and so on. And it was getting to the next crusade because those who conducted the crusade were more the noblemen, the noblemen, not the fanatic, more bloodthirsty, as the Flankers, but they were superior, as we saw the crusade at the beginning. Listen, they were fanatic, these whoever there were to be orders, there was like Germany and so on, just to others. So there was a as far as the governors was concerned, because as we said, the governors were totally against the Crusaders. So therefore the Crusaders wanted to come and to destroy Jews and Jewish communities and murder also the next Crusades. And because of the governors were there, again, there was some things going on similar to the First Crusade. We've got to remember as well some of the Crusaders we're talking here. We're talking here in the era, as we said, of the 12th or 13th century, primitive, these are the days of the castles, some knights, the Dark Ages. Everybody who is a little bit familiar, a little bit of reading, whereas as much as possible, enters the world, to the scene of these ages, of these these were ages where the state was ripe for things as likely as God, which is referred to in Hebrew, something which was rapid in many, many places at the time, throughout France, Germany, and the region, and even later on, as we know, reached the Muslim community so much later. But this was perfect. The Jews needed to have Christian blood for the purpose of Passover, and they would kill the innocent Christian child. And this was the time to invent blood of the saintly as well as they did the blood of the child who was killed every year because of the need of the Jews to kill Christians. The greatest absurdity is that the Jews are fortunate times never to partake in any blood, but this was the truth and the reality of the Middle Ages. One of the most common bloodlines was one in a place called Blois, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, in France. There were 14 Jews in that place who, after a period of even after great interfering from great pressure from Jewish communities and even other communities around, listened to, and these 14 Jews were sentenced to be burned alive, which way to be burned. They were burned with the denouncing the Shabbat, which was something which was very rampant throughout ages when the Jew would always die, especially if it was al-English Hashem, for the sanctification of, they would always die with a Shabbat, obviously, his lips and others, the only prayer, even you read the only prayer, very moving and also very Shabbat prayer, which thanks the Almighty for not making them like those other nations out willing to rule. So, obviously, this was the reason for which they were being killed. They were accepted Christianity. This was not happening to them. And they died with saying the Shema and Tawheed. We can imagine what kind of life the Jews lived in those days, in those places. It was a constant life of terror. There were always attacks. I was trying to think of in the Crusaders or something major, something which shook us at the time, and something which then shook terribly the Jewish people. However, we must get the picture or the broader scene as the Jews living in the city in these places. There was a constant terror in there was a nobleman, bishop, or cardinal. Always terror. There was always fear because what kind of a person is this going to be? Is it going to be equivalent to the Jews? That's not totally not. So this was the kind of life the Jews were living in many ways. The picture we have to get to the Middle Ages and the kind of life that people were living. And it's they feed towards the Jews. And then they said all that. It wasn't this time, which as usual, ironically, the persecution did not deter the Jews from learning, from opening yeshivas, however much difficulty they would give the Jews, steadfast to learning and to thriving in the Torah, and it produced some of the greatest Jews that we know today. That, as we've said many times, are constantly are alive today. They are constantly on the lips of thousands and tens of thousands of Jews throughout the world who learn the Talmud. And these are what we're talking specifically here. The godly Tosfos, those who wrote the Tosfos. Tosfos literally means additions. Now, and these are, if you look at the page of Talmud, you will see on the inner margin, the margin towards the center of the book, it is Rashi's commentary. You have to give the Talmud in the middle, and on the left side, on the right side page, so on the left-hand page, Rashi's commentary. On the outer margin, towards the outside, you have most volumes of Talmud, the Tosfos. Tosfos, the additions, they were written by many Tosfos. Some of them were grandchildren of Rashi, some of the main ones were Rashi's grandchildren. Over here, just explain a few terms and a few differences of learning, a little bit appreciate what's going on here. Sephardim and Ashkenazim, there's a difference between Jews who are up until today. Sephardim, those who came from Spain, Ashkenazim, who came from Germany, as well as styles of learning. So, there's a side which were accepted. There was also different styles of learning, and this was quite widespread until today. The Ashkenazi so are more into the meaning of the Talmud itself. When the Talmud says something, what does it mean? What is the actual understanding of these words? Rashi's commentary was extremely little bit as well as very cryptic. It's used a lot of knowledge, and if you don't have the knowledge, or you have the knowledge, you can learn it. That's actually Tosfos takes the Talmud many times. Rashi's commentary makes just many a Tosfos Rashi has explained such and such as the meaning of the Talmud. We'll get to that. Argue with this. Some other that before argues with this. There is another side, different explanation. Which one the explanation is better, and so on and so forth. That is the style of the Ashkenazi yeshivas and those yeshivas always dig deeper into the meaning of the Talmud. The commentaries which commented on it. Sephardim would be Sephardim, usually the way of learning. That's not absolute, obviously. So one could say, as a general guideline, was a little more veering to the it was a question of putting together the Talmud in a way that would come down to practical, even hypothetical. There was a difference between the yeshivas. So, the Rabbi and those who came after Rashi were the ones from the Ashkenazi yeshivas, the yeshivas. This was the style of their learning. Jacob. So it says, Yosha was a straightforward individual. The tents of blood, as opposed to Esau was a cunning individual. So, as well as contrast of was a great person. He not the name, straightforward, simplistic. It's great, which was a comparison to our forefather Jacob. Was a grandson of Rothschild. It's actually an interesting story which they tell. They have mentioned once the little boy, he was sitting on his grandfather's lap, and he was a little boy, and as little boys do, he was fidgeting around, and he was wearing tefillin. It was the custom around to wear tefillin, and even at times as well, but to wear tefillin all day, as was the custom around the read, not just tefillin, we can wear tefillin all day because we cannot hold ourselves in the sanctity that tefillin demand. We were tefillin only for prayer, for davening, but there were the great ones who tefillin all day. Rabbi Thomas, the little Yaakov wrapped up his grandfather's tefillin from his head. Rashi looked down and said, he is desperate to continue with me as to the notion of the right tefillin. There is a argument as to exactly how to explain a certain Talmud. The punishment are supposed to be situated in the tefillin. Very good. It says something in the question is what it means. Which they're going to be interesting. In my experience, it follows the one that actually, however, somebody is not hearing it to fulfill the possibilities, he should also put on Rabbeinu Tam's tefillin. And that's what you'll see many people would do better tefillin. Rashi said of tefillin, and Rabbeinu Tam said of tefillin. The Rebbe encouraged this very strongly. All those who, obviously, if you've already put in a lot, it should be in a commendable thing to put two pairs of tefillin. Rashi and Rabbeinu Tam. Rabbeinu Tam turned out to be in his generation the greatest of his region because he was the elite of the Jews in the entire France. He was a richer man. He was a quite wealthy person. But in 1147, there was a crusade, and the Mongols attacked Rabbeinu Tam. They took everything. They mutilated him physically. They stabbed him in many places. They destroyed a Sefer Torah that belonged to him, and he was only saved by a certain knight who was riding, and for the price of a very expensive horse that Rabbeinu Tam promised him, he subsided the wolves and he chased them away, saving Rabbeinu Tam's life. Rabbeinu Tam was looked at, as we said, in the entire region as the greatest authority to questions and he was sent over France, and it was definitely seen as the leader. He had a quite unfortunate thing to his life, as we mentioned before this, and Rabbeinu Tam made a tremendous effort to save these Jews, and when all the efforts were futile and the Jews were burned alive, he passed away only a few days in the year 1171. He was born in 1170. Sorry,
started with these people. Very 1240 brought a accusation to the against the Talmud. Saying that the Talmud included things which shows the Christian religion and were insulting against the Christians, and he insisted on an argument, a debate between himself and between the four rabbis. Who was headed by who was also one of the greatest scholars of the time. Obviously, any one of these debates, which there were a number of, as we'll see later on, there were a number of these so-called debates that were extremely uneffective throughout history. Always they were single-sided. It was only used to make accusations against the Jews. In the year 1242, on a shirtless departure of documented Friday, which was the day before Shabbos, as the pressure of 24 carloads, the cartloads of volumes of Talmud that were taken from any house, house of study from every shore that were loaded up in front of the cathedral and amongst the ceremony of obviously the Talmud was illegal, and anybody caught reading Talmud would be punished. Rothschild was another mayor of Rothschild in Germany, when he constantly also one of the great scholar and many works, proposed a piece of literature which had the Charlie's bodies. His burned it for him actually read this on digital. This was the go through it in the Middle Ages. Then we wanted to introduce some differences between the Bible and but we'll introduce something we have it here now. Two very important terms. Ratio. The ratio. The word ratio means first. The word means last. Those are the ratio. We went through it and they have gone highlighted. There's a time. Those who told the Gemara that those who told the Oral, those who brought down the tradition of the Rabbi. Rabbi was a Rashi was another. After the we went through the Kohen. The Kohen was the one who was at the yeshiva in Babylon at the center of their 100 years, and each generation there was a Kohen. We had the famous ones, Sadia Kohen, Kohen, Shemi Kohen, and so on. Those were the Kohen. After these in Babylon, sort of the Jewish center, went to other places as we went through. The period started, which is referred to now as the Rishon. The Rishon are the early, the first ones. Those who took the Talmud and explained it and wrote works about the Talmud, all the Talmud, so wrote works on
why bring the proof from some other places that seem to be much stronger than this proof that he brought? Not that ever said you're right, and if it ever brought, I believe they can be so full proofs. Brought for what? So they had over here that, they went and started refuting every one of these proofs that enemies felt had come up. Decided that the 11th proof was the seeming flimsy, not good enough proof from the Talmud. The answer is no. Do you think Rabbi Rothschild these proofs as a process of elimination and decide all the proofs were no good? This was the only proof that just got it. The Rishon only. Rishonim walked into the Talmud. It was like walking from there. It was like walking into the room. Immediately, you see what's going on. You don't have to go through the process of elimination. You just have to go through the perspective objective and take it. The ones who are after the issue of business entity would go into the Talmud and go into a dark room and feel around. It's not so easy to get in a dark room to when you want to. It's a process of elimination. If it's something that's correct, you know you have to go to the next thing. Until you get to the right thing, it takes a lot of time. You can understand Torah and its truth. Because understands more correctly and goes immediately to the true understanding of Torah. Hashem's knowledge, Hashem giving something calming to the world, calming individual is the more people understand their understanding of Torah. And this is true throughout, but especially evident in commentary in the Talmud itself. You're sitting in front of 100, 200, 300 years ago. Just in front of something which was written 700 or 800 years ago. There was a very big difference. A very big difference in how that treated. Nobody today is able, so to say, to argue with a Rishon. There's no argument with a Rishon says something. You can understand it. Say the other Rishon didn't go down that road, and then all that's down that road, there's you have to understand it. You cannot argue with a Rishon. You will he used you could use just understanding the Rishon used these words and not other words. There must be a meaning of introduction, maybe something which would be happening. So those are the two points of the Rishon and the line of the Rishon that the begin is sort of we can say that the time of the Rishon about 500 years ago, when the compilation of the we can definitely say that maybe the Irish was sort of in between those that time was sort of in between Rishonim and the Thoranim. The shattering event, the Jewish world at the time, which is Maimonides had written, as we know, many books. The big work, the Mishnah Torah, which we spoke of, the entire other works. One of them was the much time in the non-Jewish world. Suppose, but to the era we're talking in now, when things were extremely dark and primitive, and also the place well, you see the Rambam lived in the Islamic countries, the Christian countries, with direct contrast to the Islamic, who were very, very much towards them, so to say. The Rambam and the Bali sort of the same. The Rambam living this being France and Germany, is usually quoted in Tyson. Many times Tyson think of Rabbi is quoted once, that much of shortly before the Rambam spoke for himself, now this was actually the South was very important to the east of France. The south of France was a place where you had various religious climate. They were Jews lived very peacefully over there. They were educated. They were part of the society. Some of them had very good positions in society, especially the positions of the doctor, a physician. Taught a lot to the universities, I believe in the south of France. So you had going on in this my son gave the influence of philosophy. With terror, there was one of the area of the see this whole story in it. So he visited this place and he said that, all to fill in too much of it going on. He said he just didn't bother putting up mezuzahs. It was the kind of place that this was climate that was happening. And he was talking about actually he was talking about sleep. But this also that's the thing about it. They did have their schools. The Bible is from many schools. Students were derived and the Bible was very great. Scholars derived from that David being the chief critic of the Rambam and the Bible also. Maybe who was also a great critic and wrote halachic works. So the books of the Rambam reached these places, and the scholars told me everything that the Jews didn't really, especially if they were read before them, the guide to the complex, because it's something that the Rambam seemingly takes apologetic stance towards philosophy, towards the sciences, explaining everything, all the mitzvahs, in light of the sciences, in light of philosophy, especially Greek philosophy. And this version was they were the great innovators, especially in this area of France, were very nervous because this traditional Judaism, which is of something which goes above, beyond the limitations of the mind, of what the mind dictates. We all know that the mind dictates its quantity as far as human experience is concerned. We don't function because of mathematics. therefore, there became a controversy over the works and of the works of the Rothschild study, such as the which now contains in these books. The Jews they didn't hold it. They didn't get enough of it was all translated from Arabic into different languages. And they loved it. The Rabbi was extremely great, especially in Spain. But as we said, in Spain, that's not Canada. Next year, let's see, but in Spain, it was very similar to the Jews. Rocks that were very rich, very influential, very powerful. And, it was a very, if it was an international LD on an international level, it was also that way, And the Jews were also very dominant. This is they had already spent down observers. We all listen, we do a lot of people being open-minded and enlightened doesn't go together with being, as I say, with being religious, with being pious. And so some very righteous against the Rabbi. This was something that swept through the Jewish world. It was the people about this identity, and the rabbis. Great tool of usage that was the communication tool. Something very, very evil, very boogie with it communicated. So the first move was one of the first was because the works of minorities. And those were there was nothing that was we actually communicated very quickly. So we wanted to the child. It got so much out of it that it reached the church. And it so much so that somebody sort of informed this to the church of the opportunity. Oh, amazing. And inside the controversy with the Jews themselves was the Jews wanted. In the end, what said their Rabbi himself, this is where it stopped in a state. Leaders of the people, some of the great scholars who led the war against the Orthodox thought that this was total God of performance. Total turnabout. One of the greatest ones that we know his ways was about honoring to go around every Jewish community and to go to the shul and to announce that he had sinned against the Rabbi and he asked for forgiveness. This was after the Rabbi's passing. He wanted to go up to Israel. The Rabbi was a burial site and to ask for him forgiveness, so to say, personally. But he didn't manage to do that. He did, however, writing work which is very well known called the Shari Teshuvah for return. Shari Teshuvah of Rabbi Shari Teshuvah is a return. One of the earliest written about Teshuvah, which is a product of his, so to say, his own journey into Teshuvah, return to Hashem. This was some of the highlights of what was going on at that time. But as always, the history must be understood altogether. These were the highlights, these were the high points, some of the low points, we say. But we've got to understand the general picture was very important for this time. With the many other great Jews, the Ramban, the Nachman, the central figure, and there were the Jews of Spain, and what happened in the end. Rishonim, those who, we shall say, started the end of the Babylonic period. In Babylon, those who led the yeshivas in Babylon, and then you have the Rishonim, the early who commented on the Talmud and who found Jewish tradition throughout the years until about this time, which we would call probably the 14th century, probably by the 15th century. We're going to run through now some of the great research, some of the great ones, in quotes, who lived in Spain and really their mark on Jewish learning and Jewish living up to this day. Their names and their legacy is with us until this day, as we mentioned on a number of occasions. Now, what is unique as well about this the title is there's also the area of theme and the also practice of a couple of elements, secrets of the Torah started to become common, more common than it was in earlier times. And we'll get back to that. They explored the literature which we're talking primarily of Spain. We went through the other times of the story of the Crusaders, the Jewish story, the unfortunate Jewish story at that time. So Germany were going to now focus on Spain. The era really that also led to the Spanish Inquisition. We're going to focus on next week the decline of Spanish Jewry in most unfortunate fashion. Let's start with somebody who I should even say history receives attention on its own. We went through Maimonides and in a certain measure is the next character, the next great leader, a candidate, to himself, somebody who really is very unique. His name is somewhat similar to what we call Maimonides. Maimonides is known as the Rambam. Rothschild ben this man is known as the Rabbi with a not Maimonides, but Rachel. His father was called Nachman. He had the same name as the Rabbi Moshe. So it's Rabbi was born in 1195, and his upbringing and education was very special, was very unique. We did go through at another time the differences of style and methods of learning in the different yeshivas, the different academies that existed at the time. You had Spain, the Spanish, the Spain is Sephardic way of learning, which focused primarily on getting down to the halacha, which is personified by the two major works, been through, which he wrote. He was the first one who sort of codified the Talmud, deleting all the backwards and forwards and focusing on the actual law, the first Jewish law, per se, work that collected halacha, and then Rabbi. He was a Sephardi who did that tremendous work of collecting halacha. That was the style of learning in the Sephardics. You had France and Germany, who their way of learning was personified by Rashi, and the Rabbi, the Tosafos, who we went through, we studied them mostly. They focused primarily, greatly, on the meaning of the Talmud. What does the Talmud mean in this passage? How are we to understand this? Not necessarily having to do with actual. This is obviously not to fine. There's no absolute. Obviously, everybody was supposed to know that's what I'm saying. Obviously, everybody was concerned about the complications and what the chat is. However, chat means everything. However, I don't know how to get every concern in. Then there was the south of France. The south of France, we went through the previous occasion, were very occupied with philosophy, were very occupied with the Rambams, were in a perplexed, very busy with trying to unite and connect philosophy and Torah. This was something they were very occupied. Maimonides studied three economies. He was to all three of them, and he ended up in his works being able to unite all three schools of thought because he was educated in each one of them. The Ramban was a doctor by profession, and that was contribution of the, I believe, in the south of France, when he learned they were interested in uniting the sciences with the material. He was, that's what he was doing as well. I wrote a number of great books. The first realized is a book called Milchama Hashem, the Wars of Hashem, the Wars of God. That's a pretty cool, big group of what whose war was he fighting? Well, if you look it's very exciting. Look at it, famous number. Printed in the very same style as a painted of the time. Very popular. So it's common because it's already around the British. There are many commentators. There is something very bold. There is decided, he sits down, decided that he understood to be correct, and put down the rules that he had in the top. Always the top, so prepared to something against you because sometimes this to use many instruments to know what they do, but by the time of this, not a simple. But this is what the obviously, not everybody would agree with everything he said. His two critics, whereas the man called, we went through last week, the Paul poet, maybe he wrote the same thing, luminary and the inhabit, the Rabbi, the Rabbi, the Rabbi was also critical of the Rabbi, also wasn't so rabid, obviously wasn't so quick in allowing anything to saying that he has figured out and decided to reform. So these are the big critics of their history. They printed on their page the previous written. Ramban made it his mission to defend the truth from his critics, from the Baal, and from the Rabbi. He wanted to Milchama Hashem, the wars of Hashem, defending against his wanted to criticize him and to say that the law is not like him. So he really opened up a page of it. It's quite exciting is to see who is looking after who. Why does he see him to be wrong? Why does the Rabbi see him to be correct? Another interesting book I wrote was having choice. Having choice. The counting of the mitzvahs. This is an interesting idea. Says the Gemara says that there are 613 mitzvahs. This is something very well known. It's quite a difficult task to actually figure out which ones of the commandments in the Torah are exempt to be individual mitzvahs. For example, there are a number of kinds of sacrifices of corban. The Torah has a very detailed, this is the primary subject of the book of Vayikra, is how exactly Korban, how exactly the offering meant to be. Up to worship. So the videos of everyone that's a sin offering, there's a peace offering, and those various offerings. Do we consider the individual mitzvahs of every offering? Do we consider them individual mitzvahs? So, for example, you have a sin offering, there's let's say, I would say 5 details mitzvahs that are said, do this, do that, do the other, 5 of those. Do we consider them to be mitzvahs? Or do we say no? There is the mitzvah. A person needs to bring a sin offering, he brings a sin offering. He's got to do it in a certain way. And the God does it all the way. So eventually, you can order it. One of these makes the count, and his count of the mitzvahs. One of these considers it to be one mitzvah. You see, now the problem is, there are many commandments in the Torah, much more than 613. So you've got to generalize, you've got to choose which ones are mitzvahs and which ones are not considered to be part of the 613 mitzvahs. Because the very first person who did this was a man called Rothschild of Cairo. This means which contains obviously the counting of all 613 meters. There are ones wasn't necessarily in agreement to the to the account of the 613 meters. The Ramban wrote he infected the mouth of the toilets in a greater way than he agreed with the Ramban. The Ramban had his own way of understanding the 613 meters. He took the Rambam that spoke about Allah's guidance. He defended about Allah's guidance in many aspects. So there's another mitzvahs of the Rambam. Another book he wrote, which is called Torah, on the book of man. The Rambam wrote that's to do with a person passing away in the horse. And he had that something very fascinating called in other words, reward, not just which I said was return. And that's actually a very source that we have of the afterlife. We pass away. What will be better? What is the destiny of the European destiny of the world, which is very beautifully dealt with in Shah. Having said those works of the greatest work that the Rabbi probably wrote and what is most well known, it is commentary on the Torah. See, he wrote a commentary on the Torah, the commentary of the Torah. He is one of the most early good and major works that many concepts are both secret parts of the Torah filtered through his commentary on the Torah. The one to many before him wrote things of Kabbalah, episodes in his life. One the other time he tried to make a really solid argument as to the credibility of the Rambam, of Maimonides, and his books. He managed to do that. The argument had gotten way too much for him to make things upon. Another thing that happened in his lifetime was an unfortunate thing in those days was that often Jews were called up to debate the Christian clergy. Now that was always unfortunate because it was never a debate. Things were pre-decided. It was never something that any Jew would ever look forward to because it always ended in riots and pogroms and things away from the Christian population. An apostate, somebody who was already trained through Judaism, was called Pablo Cristiani. Cristiani, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. This Pablo, he approached the king and said, James the First, and the king did order the Rabbi to come to a debate where he would debate this apostate. The debate for 4 days. It was a very long-winded debate. The Jews were terrified. They begged the Rabbi to stop, to call the debate short. However, the king was so impressed with the Rabbi that he ordered it to carry on. He's very famous for having said, the king obviously being a devout Christian, said to the Rabbi that he was so impressed with him that he seen something was so wrong, so well. This is what he could do. The Rabbi at the end, he said the Rabbi was tremendous gifts of having displayed such genius, which he had. Jealousy and obviously Christian theology and from this problem. Bishop of Girona in Italy was so impressed he ordered them to write down his debate, which he did. But the clergy and the apostate they twisted the king in all sorts of ways and directions. And the end was that the king as a display that this book wasn't good, and he had the Rabbi exiled from Spain for a period of 2 years. When he got this order of exile, the Rabbi used that opportunity for getting aged and decided that this would be the time to visit Israel. This trip of the Rabbi to Israel was a very history. You see, the Rabbi to the land of Israel without his family did not want to endanger them as the sea journey was extremely dangerous. But he did this himself, and he needed that he was. He must raise the Jewish life. Jerusalem. He came to Jerusalem. He did not even find even 10 Jewish people who would come together to shoulder down the hand. There was nothing to do in the entire Jerusalem. The Rabbi got to work. He spent 3 years in Jerusalem, in the nation, which not the actual the structure, the way the show, the Rabbi showed the show of the Rabbi. Actually, it was destroyed, I believe, in 1948. The original structure was destroyed, right at the beginning of 1948. However, they built a structure to compensate for that in the same place. At the end of the day, the Rabbis, sure, they go to the same river, and he he gathered the Jews to know Jews properly. Will how he should act for Jews to be he cares about next during Rothschild. We got to remember this was a very good time. So it could be used very well spiritually. In Spain, there was no difference from Jewish life, Jewish learning, Jewish and although we enter this, as we say, this so to say, beings that held it, that however, many around these great Jewish readers. Was a Jewish leader. He was a student of Rabbi. Across another time, he was born at the age of 5, passed away in 1910 in Barcelona. At the very same time as the Crusaders were going through France and Germany. So the important trials, Jewish communities in France and Germany were suffering. Because of the Crusaders, many communities had been decimated, even had been destroyed. Learning was in parallel just disappearing in France and Germany. So at that time, the Jewish Prince of Peace, so to say, when Jews could learn and train Spain, and therefore the Jewish leadership leadership, not just of surviving for us of Spain, but also the Jews of France and Germany who many letters to receive his advice and his teachings. The Rothschild also very key books. Books every house should have the books of the Rabbi. The Rothschild is a hierarchy. The novelties of the Rothschild is commentary on the Talmud, as well as showcase of Rothschild. That the Rothschild, one of the very good books of response, was sent to him with a lot of questions, with questions of advice, his answer them. Much of Jewish history we should know is believed from these responses from the books of responses of the Rothschild. When people write understand the situation, they describe the situation where they see where letters are coming from. It's a very, very important, not only from the perspective which they are, but also from a historical perspective. Was a very important thing with me through the community and in conducting a life. He was in the state of life for the time. There was one event in the days of the Rothschild which had to do with studying philosophy. In his days in Spain, it was very common. It was the thing to study philosophy. People delved into Greek philosophy and to many other things. And the Rothschild sensed, the danger in this. People were learning philosophy, and this was the wholesome faith that a Jew should have and should live by. When he was writing philosophical logic to Rothschild is the wisdom of Hashem, and then it's the greatness wisdom. However, Jews cannot live properly as a just way philosophical. Because it makes sense, because it works on an intellectual basis, that's why they do it. The Jew has to live with his neshama, with his soul, which he has to address it, and to the riches of the blood and hair itself. And people sort of drifting into a different direction. The rational senses, and being in the position that he was, he made a decree that nobody should learn study philosophy until they are 25 years of age, which would make sure that they studied properly the yeshiva or with the rabbi, and only when they have filled themselves with the knowledge of Torah, would they be able to be allowed to delve into other wisdoms. He made this decree only for 50 years. Something that he thought to be an everlasting thing because his age, he made this decree. The next major Jewish character down the line was a man called the Rosh, known as the Rosh, Rabbi Moshe. Rabbi Moshe, his name was Moshe. He was born in the year 1250, and after the passing of the Rothschild, he became the next dignitary to the major Jewish leader of the time. The Rothschild was actually not born in Spain, he was actually born in Germany. The Rothschild was a student of the Maharana of Rothschild, the mayor of Rothschild. I love Rothschild. It's an interesting story with him. I think we went through. We mentioned his name. The one that we wrote about was a very important rishon, early one. The Talmud, the rishon. And the end of the his life was quite an interesting one. He got an accusation and asserted again a lot. Somebody goes into Christianity probably. Often there was some of the greatest tragedies of Jewish country, unfortunately. And he was accused of something like that. And a plot was made against him. Those times, they ended up in jail for ransom. The Kaiser of Germany wanted a new ransom for the release of the monarch. The Jewish community, who was one of their greatest leaders, made a major appeal, major collection. Collected the ransom the Kaiser wanted. And great friend of mine, who was sitting in jail, got wind of the fact that they wanted to do this. He said he was going to accept it. He did not allow them to give the ransom. He said because this has the Talmud that this would be the regular thing. The things were learned. This is sort of a very worthwhile investment. You set up a great Jewish leader, you put him in jail, you ask for some easy money to come. And Maharan would not. Maharan passed away in prison in jail. And he wrote a big story. He wrote a Sefer Torah when he was in jail, which was they actually gave him the Sefer Torah. It says, this is a very part of Jewish tradition, he was given the Sefer Torah from Moshe Rabbeinu to copy. And everybody what was it? I think he wrote a Sefer Torah when he got it eventually. There's a whole story behind that. I put it on the Rhine River and it's floated all the way to Worms. And the shopping worms up until the Second World War, the previous money and that is an example is very. You can see the tombs today are very around. That's what it says. It's payment for having the money to. It says mayor of Rabbi, our teacher, the Rabbi, that's what. Before the matter is Russia to get away from Germany. This wasn't the place for a Jewish boy to go to Spain. This is what he did when Rothschild was already in Japan. A accomplished scholar made his way to Spain. He was received with great honor. And he already, even in the lifetime of the Rothschild, of his predecessor, he was appointed as a millionaire, as a in charge. And you must understand that at that time in Spain, the Jewish community was so strong that they had authority on its own. The leaders, and this is true as far as Russia is concerned, especially after the Rothschild passed away, he assumed a great power, and Russia was given total authority to rule rulership of his rulership in Spain. He had the authority as far as the king was concerned to administer capital punishment. That was a rarity, probably never existed. Never existed afterwards, I don't think, in Jewish history. Such authority was granted. I think it did exist before the battle. Definitely, the actual the great authority was never but the great authority. The Rosh was given this authority, an unprecedented thing, and he was reluctant to use it, but he did permission for the government to deal with capital punishment. Leadership of the countries of Spain and Italy is today extremely influential for making a commentary of the Talmud about a Jewish law similar to the Rit. The Talmud took away the discussion and made the law. The thing that he has come after the Rit. He has come one of these, so he's violated the claim, and therefore he saw and all their works, everybody had to say before the Rosh took into account and accordingly. And that's a very important element in Jewish law. In Jewish law, if we're talking about authority, law is which means law follows the lead. If there are two great authentic Jewish authorities who argue on a piece of law and all around to argue each other, one lived 500 years ago, the other lived 700 years ago. They all be leaning towards later. Obviously, if it be say authority, this is not an answer. If the majority is against it, ruling your law is not a white game. We give him more credit because he's rulings of everybody that came up from him, and nevertheless decided one way or the other. So that's something to take into account. So he did something similar to it. With everybody else's inside. He passed away, the Rosh passed away in 1327. Halacha is many of the laws in Jewish law are not applicable right till today, until Mashiach comes. The laws of the temple, many of the laws of purity and impurity do not apply today. And ultimately, purity is simply one of these ingredients from the Talmud. In his book, that pages of water. It is not only because one of these one of these has all applicable today, not applicable today. Let's cover that. Different from this, and he made an arrangement which is today is the fundamental Jewish law of something, navigating Jewish law. Maybe 40%, 45%, so about 10 views, the country is classified by 4 parts. The first part is called the way of life. That part of this Jewish law deals with the regular cycle of the day of the week. Something that all week of a Jew. So, waking up in the morning, how much you dress. This is what we're learning after this year. We're learning the Shulchan Aruch. This is what starts. Happening. Let's go for food, raise it up to meals, and so on and so forth. Then go to the Shabbat. Very good. We realize that we have people listening through this stuff. You're a champion. I'm not doing it. Healthy. We're talking about the best thing was chocolate. Jewish law. He made it style which was the first one. Like very time which was thinking about the laws of Shabbat. And he goes through very extensive. Then he goes through the cautious of the parents, focus, and all those different parts. Then he's like, formally the parts, he codified it what's called heretic. Teaching of knowledge that deals with the laws of food, eating. So it's not the laws of salting, has laws of mixing of milk and meat. Kosher beef, also totally kosher. It says the entire pot. how this is the structure. Al-Hattori also wrote a Jewish commentary on the Torah, a very fascinating commentary where he uses logic, philosophy of how the Torah is using the numerical letters. Al-Hattori was a humble character, did not take on major Jewish roles at the time. He devoted his life to living a Jewish leader for the next 50 years. In Spain was a man called abbreviations. And this is how they're known today with abbreviations. Rabbi, and but he's going to be talking vernacular. You don't talk about Rabbi, you talk about now the Ran he took over the Rosh in Spain for the next 50 years, which next was the time when Spanish Jewry started to experience difficulty. The days of the Ran, really, in the days after the 1320s. These were the days really leading up to the powerfulness of the church and their ability to do anything, sadly culminating the Spanish Inquisition, the infamous Inquisition, which we're going to talk about next week. So this was the Ran as a leader in the beginning of such a time. The Ran wrote a famous commentary on the Trinity of vowels. So he wrote here that anybody Ran on the Dorian on this tractate that's out on the commentary is he wrote a book on the Rif, the fasting, on the first coming to fire. He wrote a commentary on it and also wrote a book on his drushes, of his sermon. He was a prolific speaker. And there is drushes, Torah, the drushes, the sermons on now, we mentioned that this was the title of this and in this era, in this place in the world, in Spain, by this time, started to let's go. Let's look talk about now the history of Kabbalah and how it all started to become a knowledge and a subject which really took its Jewish life in the last few hundred years. The word Kabbalah means tradition, like septic. It means this is, they say, the learning of business and knowledge, which is part of a tradition of the student. As the oral Torah itself, it was started as a tradition, as we know. With as many times the oral Torah, it was 40 generations. The oral Torah was not transcribed, only being transcribed at the end. In the Talmud, it was all from mouth to ear, teachers and students about it. The part of the Torah that was written down the oral Torah, the part of the oral Torah that was written down in an official setting was the law part of the Torah, the Mishnah, as well as the Midrash, different parts which are more explanatory of the formation, different ideas, ethics. Those things are written down. Those which study properly, everything was recording. Everybody should learn. Everybody should learn. The stories and understandings and grounds of Judaism and so on. What was transcribed, not learned in the masses, was the secrets we call
a language not understood in the neighborhood. It speaks esoteric, which speaks what goes on in heaven, what goes on in godliness, and worlds, plural, are revealed beyond what we do. Now, it is something which, not today, that's not something which is understood by everybody. The terminology, if you got it, the terminology is for practical purposes Chinese. You don't know what it is, what it means, and it takes the guidance, the teaching of a skilled teacher to do this. Everybody knows what is a receptacle. However, Kabbalah was one of these. It was passed out, and we know of sages, those who studied the land of Kabbalah. Kabbalah is mentioned, we must emphasize, in the Mishnah and in the Talmud. This is not novel to Judaism. Such a knowledge exists for everybody. In the Mishnah, who wrote the Mishnah called Rabbi, he actually composed the prayer, which is the prayer that's in the Talmud called which carries holistic meaning to it. Part of the various meanings of the Almighty, not just the superficial ones, angels, different worlds, esoteric, shall we say. The central figure was Asherah, the one who comes the couple, and wrote it was Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai. Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, and I wonder this. Zohar is the foundation for Kabbalah. And Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai was, we can say, at the very same time that the Mishnah was being done, albeit earlier, there was the very same time that the preacher worked on Kabbalah in the first place. And there was also a book, which is actually this book has been translated into English. And there was also another book called Sefer Yetzirah. Sefer Yetzirah is a book of creation, a very interesting book that not readily understood by a regular person who speaks in very cryptic terms. It is a foundation of the Kabbalah. Sefer Yetzirah, the book of creation, and it is the dynamics of creation. What is it? What is the form of existence? Sefer Yetzirah, those two books are very early. For that, historians would say, is because there needed to be a counterbalance to philosophy. It was mentioned before, it was difficult to study philosophy. Everybody was running around with ideas and prayers and Plato, Aristotle, street philosophy. You know, if this was the way to go. And Jews were studying these works, and we're not necessarily doing well with them from the Jewish perspective. And they didn't know how to answer questions for themselves, because these answers were readily available. But threw them off on a religious level, which was mentioned before. And the learning of Kabbalah sort of became a substitute for the esoteric knowledge, for something above and beyond to engage. Somebody wanted to delve into, you had everything. You wanted to delve into something
something discussed at a time is all that actually against learning philosophy before the age of 25. There are many who can respond to the ritual. There are great responsibilities of dangers where he really takes the government damage philosophy. That's why he it was a very cool thing to do. He wanted to put it in its place as far as Judaism was concerned. So he is a Christian. He is not military. The Rabbi, going through Rabban, the Rothschild, where the scientific leaders, Jewish authors, also started to refer to a couple of works. This is probably the time when it started. It was risky. Delving into esoteric subjects has to be done very correctly because these things are easily misunderstood and in history used. We can tell the story of Shusai, we hear the story examination and learning on things so hard. So, it's going to go through week after the next few weeks how in the 15th century these learning outcomes began to went throughout the Jewish people and chiefly the Harissa. Rabbi Yitzchak, who lived in Swiss, the Spanish Inquisition, he was the one who announced to reveal and our sages say that this reason for this was twofold. One, it was at that time, the beginning of the end, Jewish life in France, and it was going to be the time when the Jews were to be submerged in a great darkness. It was the Middle Ages. Distance from the days of the temple, distance of the days of the Jewish days, spiritually and physically, were getting greater and greater. They compared this to somebody traveling away from the city, the lights of the city that he traveled away from, still illuminate his way through a much time when he goes out of the city. The lights grow dimmer and dimmer. There will come a point when that person is submerged in darkness and he needs light. Where will he get light from? Onto the mountains inside the city he's going to. The Jewish destiny goes towards Mashiach, goes towards the world control and consciousness. The destiny is what God gives us, and it is the teachings of God, which is godly knowledge, which illuminate our journey towards the great city. So the lights of the time of the temple have gone dimmer and dimmer. Now the last 500 years, I'm talking the last 500 years, this is when the couple started to steamroll and eventually turning into this was the it's sort of cabinets into the Rothschild, the Hasidic, Jews and just like to reason without the contribution of Kabbalah, which we say gave them the ability to survive what we've been through in the past 5 years. That was why we said to do that. I would legislate itself when guided. Dry, quite difficult to copy. But it's something which is comprehensible, especially go through leaders that led the Jewish people through how the issue of Israel grew at that time. And for next week. We'll start sort of left off last week. Quite important. We get to the decline of the Spanish jury, which we're going to speak about tonight. That's through the entire Europe and crazy. One of the greatest texts in history, like a third of the entire population, like 25 million people. That was a time as well that among all the other things that happened to the Jews, this is one of the greatest things probably because to all the doctrine and philosophical beliefs that prevailed at the time, it was the Jews who became the scapegoats for all this. Rumor accusation was that the Jews had poisoned the wells, the drinking wells, in order to get money from the Christians. And because everybody, in all time, people were not, their righteousness was not so broad, shall we say, very primitive. The goal just by the priests and the church at the time. Besides, the goal was totally wound up and because of the events at the time. So, that's all you needed was a little something built overnight. Some terrible pogroms that happened in the time, in the era of the Black Death. This was transcribed at the time. There were 60 large Jewish communities and 50 small town communities that were wiped out during that. They were just used as the scapegoat and programmed. Thousands lost everything they had. It was a terrible time for the Jews. The Jews suffered least because with the Black Death. That's why they were blamed. Because they were blamed because I think the matter is, you say the reason is because a very high level of cleanliness, not necessarily because of cleanliness per se, but that's why they wash our hands before we go what we got. That's what we believe. Not before. And this was a level of cleanliness that just was the Torah has rules as far as we were going to them as far as keeping away from other good things, boundaries to be this and distance and all kinds of things. And this was not the case at the time. Pestilence and Black Death was as we know with friends coming through from ships but they thought they needed to suffer the least. And that's why they would blame it. It's hot. It was a terrible time for the Jewish people in the area. All these occurrences Spanish jury. They were educated, they could read choice and well, they could able to really make good life for many hundreds of years. The Golden Arabs produced some of the greatest terrorists. Was really an extraordinary time. But that all came to an end in the year 1391. In that time, the Jews had very big decisions in the government. They were ready to everything. And therefore, any This was a Spanish jury was so African. And since they did reach such high positions, there were changes. However, the prevalence of philosophy, learning, conducting life in lavish ways, shall we say, both materially and spiritually, they weren't as committed as they should be. It started from the way they approached Judaism. It wasn't one of simple faith. It wasn't the climate. It wasn't the environment that nurtured awesomeness, that nurtured self-sacrifice. Judaism was a correct, was beautiful, was good. It was, especially in personified. The ironic thing is, it was not a kind of device that sort of, we put such an idea. That's also, that was the look of the time. Philosophy was important. Therefore, the material influence and spiritual decline because of it caused things to be as people not to be as committed as they maybe should be. This is not just a abusive guy that had a the time, and there was laxity and basic business by many were talking about and it says anything which would be done by many, and that's maybe an explanation of why so many are put under the pressure. There were a number of people, again, the side we spoke of. And these two books of Jewish philosophy, Rabbi the fundamentals. And then there was a man called Rabbi who wrote a book called Rothschild, the Light of the Family. Both of these pushed the other direction. They saw the direction that people were going in, and especially the book of fundamentals, which was actually a product of many disputations, many arguments, which Rabbi Yosef outlined also with Christians, and over there, put together fundamentals of Judaism. Actually, interestingly enough, that's one of his 13 principles of faith. He puts them into three. Belief in God, the divinity of the Torah, and rules and punishments. Interesting groupings. But over there in the book of the fundamentals, he's really on the agenda of explaining to people the real way of serving the Almighty, of conducting oneself according to the Torah, the simple thing of logical pursuit, not of keeping the Torah, because logically it all makes sense. likes guitar opener. He was a very important person to a illustrious family from the House of David. He could drink the lineage to David. He lived in Lisbon, in Portugal. His father was Rabbi, who was the finance minister for the King of Portugal. And he also, eventually took over his father's role. For 16 years was the finance minister for the King of Portugal. Not yet 1492. He married Isabella. Greater. In that time in Spain, you had three kinds of Jews. Plain Jews, and then they called it very difficult kind of Jew. From the time of the very first week of Christmas, that all shut down the Jewish functioned. They weren't certain things which one interesting people was they were one thing they had self-sacrifice for was marrying between themselves. They couldn't be Jews, basically they were not going to marry. And that was one of the most dangerous things because they had to secretly find out the identity of another family. They kept Jewish festivals, they had the Stellars and these many stories and many built this all these kinds of some of them stories. But this was they went too deeply enslaved. They couldn't for some kind of reason bring themselves to leave the punishment that they had they brought it, I guess, to stay ahead and not such a light open maybe for some in the future to come. Unfortunately that didn't come to come. There was tremendous hatred and tremendous hatred to the converts, to those who converted. Obviously, they didn't know who was a Messiah. Anybody who wasn't a real Christian, there was a constant animosity being developed towards them because they were put to the top. They were very good as Christians as human people. Those who come over to another, they had to prove their allegiance, their faithfulness, and the regular Christians didn't like it. For that reason, interesting, in Cordoba, there was at one point some sort of demonstration, some march, and we went on to the people there that some girl, the converts or whatever, designated some Christian and only object that was it. That was and they killed the innocent for 3 days only because they wasn't able to kill those, all these Jews, all these people, they were they. And such was the environment in different places as well. It was at this point that Isabella decided that they were going to Spain to those emperors who were not faithful to Christianity and bringing it out for two reasons. First of all, they were, as we said, they were under the influence of very much under the influence of the church. And they did it also because of the country. They wanted, eventually, they had it, they were going to expel the Jews and the Muslims, by the way. And then they wanted that within the community that they were going to have faithful members, those who are figuring out, those who are fighting, behind the Christian cause. So they're going to search for the country. That's what they were going to do. That's what they were. That was their plan. To carry this out, the people is known as the Inquisition. The Inquisition was started actually as 1233. Henry VI, I think. His idea with the Inquisition was to cleanse Germany. It was started in Germany from heretics who wanted to change and reform scripting, and it was known for cruelty and Paris. They were barbaric, at the bottom of the line. And they pointed to clean out first Germany from these kind of people. They were pretty successful. It could have been the smallest thing, so they were noticed that masses were drafted to be servant spies for the Inquisition, and there could have been anything, and they utilized some of the most horrific torture to draw a confession of people. And the interesting thing was they didn't call themselves themselves, whatever they did. They gave it over to government. I believe this was government before it came to Spain. Not sure I think so. They gave it over to the government. It just wouldn't do anything. It's still there. But that way, I think that was another thing to do because it was the best way between the government in doing this. And it was for everybody's benefit because the money, the assets of the was taxed by the Inquisition, was seized by the church government. And therefore was very enthusiastic in partnership with the Inquisition. Time. Enthusiastic about sending his Inquisition to Spain, mainly because he wanted the Inquisition under him. He didn't want it to go to throughout. It did spread into Italy and other places, but he didn't want it to get too much underground because everything he wanted to be controlled through talks and liberation. It was agreed upon. The was the first commander. Was his name, and he was the first to Isabella before she became and actually interestingly had been when he does rise to power, she remains her country with all of these. He was a cruiser and he succeeded in building the Inquisition to aid a government within a government. Literally was able to do anything, all in credibility and in the name, ultimately, for the church and for government. And the Inquisition came and started to Protestants in Spain. So, in 1481, was the first orthodox was the literally that was the burning at the stake of people, many Jews at this time, who were allowed to be still faithful in the Judaism of these Muslims. The first one was in Seville. It was 6 men and 6 women who, after the horrible torture of the communist to be faithful to the Judaism, and under the stake, this ceremony, there was a march of priests and worthy, unfortunate people. And the masses were gathered and everybody should take the example. In the course of 12 years, 1481 to 1483, 30,000 Jews died in this way. Many more were sentenced to different things and their possessions seized. But this was what was going on during this time. Now, while agreed on their efforts of gaining power over the United States, the final battle was they made an edict fees for the famous they tried some was given. Of course, for 4 months, just had to baptize wanted to obviously tried everything he could to abolish this theory, and he tried every famous way bribery. He brought in the balance that checks the full. And told that he was negotiating over there with Furman to always reach for money, but apparently was his religious numbers. And was about to work with the other top of burst into the room and the retirement schools and said, well, just sold it to religious schools for money. And I go to be the same. Well, here you go, here, sell it. And it's he jumped up for it. That thing didn't work. Was given the choices to choose. Although we'll say that other countries believe that they're really into doing it because he just threw out he had enough money and every kind of plan to use even for the economy. But Rabbinelli needed. And it was his finance minister who said that Rabbinelli told him Rabbinelli was the same. He was going to give him an opinion and it was going to give him an opinion. He said, you can do whatever you want, but you can say that Rabbinelli refused. And he said he's going to go with his feet over. Obviously, making your opinion on that. It was a taste. They have all 1592 that 600,000 Jews of Spain had to half of them went on ships back to the port. Again, they do this and instruments that the Jews outside of sea proud to betray them. And they went. And the water was difficult. I don't know they not listen to me about it. Allowed Jews to that time because the something or other was of the people. However, I taught ships to anywhere they welcome them. But it wasn't many things was that most of the Jews that boarded those ships didn't survive. They were the captains of the ships themselves, treated them horribly, tossing them overboard, or they were pirates, there was starvation, there was sorts of things that led to the demise of some of the biggest Jews. Lucky enough to make it. They were welcomed by the ultimate defendants. Anyway, there was ruled by the Sultan. The Sultan made an edict that they should be taken and extended and it was done. The Sultan was told that, that they loved him already, already in his carrying out a friendly public of this country. He saw an important potential. He was welcomed into many places. Jerusalem, Jerusalem started to grow. Jews went into various places. That was 300,000. The other half, approximately 300,000, went to Portugal. They just crossed the border back to Portugal. And the Inquisition had not yet reached Portugal. They said not dead. That didn't last long. few years after the Spanish passed away in 1509. It's ironic that eating pig the expulsion of the Jews in Columbus' rights. This was the I was given the grant, given the instruction to sail to search out for the Indians. We do know for sure that there was one Jew, or a number of Jews on Columbus' ship. We know for clear was possibly converted the day of the voyage, because he was, I guess, nothing wasn't as scary as staying in Spain itself. That's interesting. That was exactly the same time, the very same time that the doors of the Jews. It was at the very same time that the land was found by the well, and would eventually be defeated for Jews so many years later. This is what was happening. As we said, the Jews went into various places, various areas. They built communities. Those that were left, those that were able to get out of the trial. Jews constantly making secretly out of constant went into all sorts of places. And slowly, communities were built. Sephardic Jewry started to build itself up again. So Sephardic people he went to Israel, and we're going to see next week about those who ended up in Israel, males, and some of the greatest of Jewish time lived in Israel. Refugees, there's also children of the Spanish refugees. So, Sephardic communities for many, many years was still going to completely off, probably quite different to Ashkenazi communities. The Rabbi was well-versed in other languages other than Talmudic knowledge. So it was the style that they came out from. And they formed communities. The Yeshivas were where they were they didn't build themselves up properly, or whatever it was, but Jewish education for the stars wasn't as good as it was for the Ashkenazis. The more they set up communities which were held together, ritual and religious beliefs were very, very serious business. You had monkey business when you go trying to deviate from traditional Judaism. As far as I've always looked at that is until today, quite much better. And they just communities, the eventual Wednesday reform and Enlightenment, whatever it was, didn't hit this one. They held very, very strongly to Jewish law and to obedience. And treating anybody who put down that line very lightly. This was later in history, but two examples of which maybe was a little bit overused. The Mexican communication was a tool which was very much used in that area for those ages, very much used. And there was a certain individual who free of the cost. He was a man who was interesting fellow. He understood he read the Bible, he read the Chumash. That's what was the Rothschilds of what he was done, unfortunately, committed suicide. And what happened was that built up into he was posthumously made into a hero by many other people in the community. He was known to sort of believe in his ideals, and this wave of deviance, although not lasting, but a problem within the community. And this was why he actually was at the time that sort of related that shaped him was these great Jewish rabbis. Of course, it was said that the Hebrew should not be used mentally. It should be used for great distinction. Another interesting example was the again of the same idea was Spinoza. Baruch Spinoza, he was at a young age, he was a genius, and learned under some of the greatest Jewish scholars. And the mind of the figure to learn many different things. And the Amsterdam community would have it. You have different ideas and so forth. Judaism is a lot alike, and he was speaking with Christian people. They welcomed him to make it like his way. Anyway, when he was thinking, they felt like he was excommunicated. And kind of guys from Jews and Judaism became tremendous scholars. We know to be one of the greatest philosophers ever. But shows the ideas of Judaism, shows the Torah, the mitzvahs, believed in a different kind of God than what it is in the Torah. And he was offered very great positions. But he lived a very simple life. He was a man's he wore many lenses throughout his life to everything. But it was excommunicated, and and last resort he was one of the famous Christians that happened in history that we're again, that was the system. The system was in a compromise, you had. It sort of was that was the practice, that was the Spanish, the Jewish system of school, for a very long time, and elements of that prevailed today. So, I'm not sure was actually about do you? Interesting. That sort of started at that time was because of the problems going on. It was a great yearning for it. Rabbi wrote a book on the share, and it was a great says we can say even as you such at the time, somebody crept up as being a potential or more than a potential machine. This was a man of cockpit or and this fellow was apparently the 10 lost tribes. Was a brother of one of the 10 lost tribes. It's all believers of it was a very good deal that he had, which do say they actually did come from there because his appearance was distant nature in the old America, and he needed to be quite popular then. He was believed brought in by the Pope, and he got some attention. He got some attention. Later on, he actually collaborated with another called Shlomo Northrop. Shlomo was also a strange individual, but he was initially a Spanish Christian who converted to Judaism 90 years ago. He was a government official. This Shlomo Northrop say some comments that which are currently on disruptive and big thing, so whatever it was, this is what happened. And the end actually was today. At one point they had this topic of Romania, at one point they didn't tell them, and they did the whole story. But this was actually I'll give it a something solution. Whichever came these risings are at the very noble. I don't give a these guys actually not quite a bit of ways. But it's a thing where these things is one of some of the more noted events of following the following the Spanish Inquisition. The Calvinists that we spoke of, many of them were Sephardim as well. Many of them were Sephardim. Whoever was the state was a state. Whoever one was the biggest times. How many survived from a state? That's just the father of the owner of the Jewish. They were called the terrify Rabbi his father was called the Rabbi, which was a rabbi, was one of those two Orthodox nuns. Rabbi was his own Spanish. So he ended up in students in Israel, and you had Calvinists somewhere in the world who looked at the actually at that time. Shortly to Rothschild, just right after that, you had the whole reason. Rabbi was real, called the leads, Korean, Ashkenazi, Germany, the number of he had. But he was part of that. You had his student, his main student, all the time we talked about his time. That was what the man was associated with. So you had various people popping up and strongholds, I would say. This was the place you had Calvinists, you had those people which were opted around the very pieces. Obviously not now, obviously. Even the different places. Together, I think the things that come up with anything that I spoke that I'm really using it from the road. That's actually the influence of the Calvinist Rothschild. I used to go to school in Israel, so I still was put in wasn't a topic that's interestingly all the time. Obviously, many other places in Israel, certainly also some of the tremendously great Jewish people. Speaking of the The Jewish people sort of responded to this from this sort of thing. We must also first, however, note that the expulsion from Spain was not the only expulsion. An area you had a number of expulsions throughout the Middle Ages. For example, expelled the Jews in 1290. That was after the Richard the Light of the Crystal Crusade. Jews were, committed suicide in the Clifford's Tower in New York. In 1794, France expelled the Jews. 1795. Interestingly, in Germany, it wasn't that infection that the Jews got expelled. It was simply practical reasons why they remained always in Germany is because Germany was provinces. Germany wasn't an overall monarchy. They had every prince who expedited I don't know. Princes and provinces took them in. These expulsions happened chiefly with the expulsion from Spain. We're talking over 120 years. Looking at from a little the Jews moved eastward. We have to map around it a little bit. The Jews moved east. So this is when Jewish community started to propagate and to they came through this started in the Hollands, yes. Actually, this was a very big Jewish community. Speaking of Constantinople, in Turkey, you see how this was moving to some sort of different Tunis, Africa, Egypt, Cairo, Alexandria, the Jewish community in Syria, and two cities in Israel became very Jewish. The city of Jerusalem and Sfas, which we're going to tonight. So that's very much where the Jews migrated to after they were expelled from Central Europe, that area of Europe. But it was welcome anyone, even when they were was so unbearable. Not yet. Next week, please don't. We're going to start talking about Eastern Europe because they do see languages. Well, no, but still, I think the communities in that area were still quite small. The next 100 to 200 years, shall we say, after the expansion from Spain, the communities in Eastern Europe started to go big in this time as well. We'll talk about that. Interestingly enough, there were Americans, which verified was understand the word Logos means to be coerced. Was, so to speak, coerced by Hashem to go down Egypt. Hashem told him to go down. So I consider his people, those who were coerced and those who were sent to so so these are some of them managed to during the long we mentioned it was a conference trickle from Spain to the Inquisition into free countries and many times. Many returned to their Judaism openly after they were able to do so. Some, however, actually quite a few, chose to carry on to live with the mask of being Catholic, of being Christian as they were, in order to be able to help their brethren, the Jews, whether their brethren still in Spain, Portugal, or elsewhere, was being dispersed. Others may have carried on some want to say here because of the Inquisition was very powerful, and it wasn't out of the question that Caesar, and one of the stories that wasn't out of the question that the Inquisition would enter places where it wasn't official. And it was the remnants of the Inquisition and the way it was. Although they do simply be a safety to carry on that way. Because that remained in Spain, we say pretty much what happened until about the year 1518. Spain took the slide down. It's very British. British fleet of ships in 1588, and because of the French fleet of ships, they totally Scotland. And Spain was under the sea after that. So, I don't know if historians actually know this, but it was the difficulty of life as a Jew, as builders, under Spanish rule, they to weaken a little bit after the British conquest. It's interesting actually about when Jews were in Spain was a superpower. Spain was extremely big and powerful. The rabbis had noted that they were even would be the way was a advisor to the crown prince of that time. He was considered, he was the crown prince of Turkey. This Yusuf Nazi was an advisor, very powerful rich man. So the Sultan, who was renowned for the Ottoman Empire, there was a big deal. And he put pressure to the government of Belgium, whoever was Belgium at the time, actually that they should be able to move to the Ottoman Empire, in your way, so to say. Because there was a big lover. Yes, if Nazi, Nazi is described the Ottoman Nazi, explained to him that this was a one-time deal where they had to get people of all these things in this country. He succeeded. Another interesting time when the Christian world still went. Just so something we with that means this and then so it was one sort of idea like that. Now she was not Jewish, and she really supported the Jewish causes. Poems and stuff which were written about her, and one of them, she passed away, said, I forget who exactly said, said, Rabbi, daughters have according to the example. Now, this he was in Turkey. As he could be out the annals of power. Monarchy. Interestingly enough, France kicked out all the Jews, and as he took everything they had. He took the property of everything they had. So France, the Jews what they stole. When France everything that was owed, so to say, every ship that came to Turkey and to the Ottoman Empire, France immediately the cargo was confiscated for this every friendship. So this was seen as some very good things for the Jews. He also pieces he bought from the city of Tiberias. Wanted to buy a shop for the wanted to build it up. Should be able to live there, have that successful. Jews were hijacked by pirates, and he wanted to great ideas. So that's a big story. That's the biggest sort of picture of was denouncing it as they have. Great man, who was the rabbi of the pretty much the rabbi of the Jews and a man called Rabbi Rothschild. Very soon, this was a who was extremely educated. He actually started to dictatorship. Education. So they don't know. When the printing press was invented, it started to become cheap and accessible. Was the translation of the Bible into a first thing that was printed and so the world was changing in a very quick way. And the Reformation of the Church, many of them started off as friends of the Jews, and then, like the original Christians, thought that they weren't getting it and turned around because this was going to be Christianity revolution is going to be broken. Now, the Jews were the location. A lot of them in that was also centered around the sheep, both in Jewish world. Christian and the wider world, the world was not Renaissance. We're looking at this new history and seeing to James was the original monarchy. He was in control. And but he's still interesting. So, actually, by the British government to present the Jewish case. He wrote the argument for the Jews. Because that is one of the very is the argument of what the Jews will be it's been opposition. As competition. So maybe where they want. Anyway, came to it. Wasn't a thing. Jews were not officially was originally in disguise. Still, the Jews didn't march in with them as a parade. They tried to one by one allowed a steady flow of Jews one by one to come in. And they found themselves, the Jewish community, in London, building next to them today, the best one, the first shop was starting all of sporadic he spent 2 years, I believe, in England. His son unfortunately passed away. After that, he made it back to Amsterdam. He passed away on the experience of one of those times. That was his that's what he did. And he's going to this is what we focus on. Before the Jews were expelled in Spain in 1518, just before the expulsion, the problem was that there were just about 17 Jewish families in Israel. After the expulsion, one of the expulsions, it was terrible. but today is many people that carried on. By about 16, we will find its fast. Fast, Israel has a lot of materials coming from one time it's something of the greatest journey to look those Jews who lived in that first one who seen in Sfaz the Maharib. That's how it's called, the Maharib. He was doing this in North Africa, on the way from one place to the other. He came to Sfaz when he was already 60 years old. Because of the strict controversies, he almost became a Jewish thinker of Sfaz, leader of the Rabbi. Questions and answers. He was born in 1474. He passed away in 1814. There is something called smicha, literally means to lead. And used when a student is learned enough to be comfortable in life. Now, this is today. Is we call that it's not being smicha. Today's smicha is somebody is senior rabbi stands with you, gives you permission to rule. Is it permission of what you are prioritized enough, capable enough, on your own, maybe doing it outside, and you begin to that you in a from my you got teacher, that's the Romans do very well. That was keeping the Jews going, and therefore they abolished the smear, they banned the smear with under. They do this was one day. It's possible itself for various reasons, but it was a huge experience. And yet the faith it didn't come into fruition. The situation of that scene that is interesting is that in his life. And in that as well, was the life of because of him. It is the foundation of Jewish. Was possibly was at the time of this manifest. And he eventually to his sons. He was young. So his 30s. Three extremely important books. The first one was the Macy's. The Macy's is filters it on his own. You know, Yosef, and the results of it on the basis. So it's really it's a work. The questioning, the analysis, and then problems. And that then he is the issue is was just a itself. Where you can these things, that it should be. That was the they had the Ashkenaz, and Ashkenaz at the time, they Germany. Today it's all been sort of but had more think with why it was written with the plan, the author to be almost 100 years. So these are the newer editions because the on the shoulder is extremely great. Wrote was a work called the exact music. He was right, I think he was only 48 years old. Revolution revolutionized the Jewish world. Outward. In a historic sense, he was down, but it starts with him, pretty much. It starts with the shoulder. So it was inspired world, the music days. In the very same time, in the very same city, a friend of his, and he wrote a number of poems and liturgy, which you can see with it. Friday night, which he composed. He forgot to mention this is a feature from music and great genius scholar that he revealed part of the narrative. He was also the director of the drama and his contemporary the couple. He was aware of the couple. Works. That it starts at the same time. Same alchemist was a great cabinet. And he was of the but again, something really is interesting. It says sometimes prophets necessarily individuals poetry written in this liturgy took off and were accepted by the entire Jewish people. And one of them was which community doesn't say and it's interested in that way. This sort of that's why they highlight the letters. And instructing them to people were talking is Medrash, some loosely translates how much what's going on in the whole thing. Based on this, that we take it further in the direction of the lessons that we learn. And some of his story to imitate some of his story to the deeper part of it. So in the chat, in the long relevance of the career, it's going to be a current. The catalysts will come up with a few things for the investigate the secret. And the individual at the time was the master of Rothschild. For the part of the Russian of the explanation exposition of the they got it. Was a man who was called Revolution Option. The Olshin, he's known as the Olshin, and he was the Russian. He was the one that Russian truly means the practical. The one who would give the Russian as well as the Russian in the good Jewish community that was talking to me about what was going on in this universe. And what was going on was that the Olshin in Russia and the rest. And it was the Darshan and Darshan you had rabbis who had Rabbi in Israel. He was so tough to speak. He was able to speak and to so you have the Olshin, you pick it up as a set of perspective. He had had 50, 60 questions. And with all France, he was the one who was giving ammunition, so he was actually his to talk about this. This was the final person. He was the I read it. They know Rabbi. It's called constant. It's title for too many people. So that they can say so, and his father passed away actually when he was 2 years old, and he was brought up by his uncle. He went to the military jet, and he was taught by a man called Rothschild. That's my the father Rothschild was a man who wrote Shita Dokumentus. Shita Dokumentus means the ignoring of all the opinions. Shita Dokumentus takes the question. He was repeated for the line between the mission and the other was like the most actually other. This was sort of the line between the Shita Dokumentus is good. Many tractates, like he was the show, we don't have today. He said, well, the Rabbi, the cause, by Elijah the prophet, these secrets of the definitely be possible. But they which was many the person, so just go to the mikveh before Shabbos, on Shabbos. Besides teaching Kabbalah, disseminating Kabbalah, was the text of the davening. The text of the davening is not just the position of us. The text of the davening is basically the right words to say, meaning it's the right buttons to push. What's going on? These specific words, these specific texts, these chapters of Tehillim, when it comes to Shemnesha, this the other one, the other words, don't even letting them out. It's not just the idea. It's accomplishing one thing or the other, and you can see that the eye knows does what, and the first thing that is everything should be what we have according to the text of the it would be up to there's a sitting there, and read that again down the line. So many people they consider the text that he's done. He coined the phrase that it's not the government to say something. It is a mitzvah to reveal this wisdom. That was it. So on the way for those yes, that wisdom was to be taught. Obviously, one instant. You have to know those breakthroughs. But if you see this and then you go back into the world, you get a much more that's what I'm understanding what I'm doing. You can say, there's something looking at it. He goes to stage fright. He brings him back. He brings him back. And it's not safe up to this is what the train is. That's what a machine. They still need to get good. Is there a speed? No, what was well, sketch out. But if you break, see this thing in the right way, physical experience, the physical, the soul, to give an inconvenient a lot of times. Allergies. One of the great achievements was to bring down that direct knowledge in a fashion that would be readily understood within to relate to say, so at least on a certain sense, obviously, not in a actual, not in actuality, that was very something I can tell you. So that's what I mean. This thing, being able to explain which was a stage that's the thing this way says that this was a stage fund and which became more intense. Those are Jewish documentating such a time when they were great, but then when the Jews died into generations, the sensitivity became like so needed an extra lift. That all would be carried into understanding. That was for sure. So next week we'll talk about these. Next installment of history. This week is about Eastern Europe, the beginnings of the Jewish in Eastern Europe. It's quite a jump because we never need to say of the Israel is still very strong and it's not only recent that was taken away, was destroyed in Eastern Europe. We all can, many of us, I think, could even trace our lineage and also heritage to the Jews of Eastern Europe. So I'm sorry that we're different of today's Jews. We'll remember, we'll be educated by those stories in Eastern Europe. The beginnings of Jewish life is Europe was in Poland. Actually, the word for Poland is Poland. It was said that the word Poland was to be divided into two. Berlin in Hebrew means lay down. In rest, you should rest. The Jewish exile was likened to the night. The night when things are dangerous, when things are dark. And even things are blue, we desire rest. We desire to be able to sit and was guided from heaven, only lay over here, you'll be able to find rest. Because for miles, for centuries, the Jews did find anything that in Rabbi but two people who have spoken one who wrote the losses on the code of Jewish law, the customs of Ashkenazi, Ashkenazi customs, the rights, quoting from the piece of poor dry bread with peace, a house full of delicacies, but with strife. This verse about life in Poland, better having a poor person life in peaceful rather than being affluent in other places in Europe and Spain, France, Germany, but being persecuted. The point to the direction it was time to move the persecutions, the killings, everything that the Jews had to go through was just getting too much. Which is today Poland and much of Russia, was cultivated. It was new. And there was a great opportunity. Landlords, the government, the king of Poland were eager to be more talented, were able to read and write, different abilities, capabilities, had different traits. They really wanted to bring it into to build up the country. Therefore, probably the reason the Jews were looking there and ready, Jews are starting to get clear to Poland didn't have, since everything was so new, it didn't really have any culture. The Jews would have to cope with, and then abstain from, the people, the Jews were not going to be distant from the particular culture because everything was new. So there was pretty much common language between the Jews and the non-Jewish population. The Jews, and the Jews from Germany, also had their own sort of language, which was a mix between, different other sorts of elements, and from speaking English, there was a bit of Russian mix. English started, is English, but this time of when the Jews started learning the English became more developed and relevant. Well, they could do it that much. 150 was based on the first 150 years, we find that the Jewish population grew to about half a million. But, things develop and the started to creep into the developing Europe, Catholics came, and with the priests, which were, ancient Jew ages, and it started again. Much of the persecution, much of the influence, much of the persecution started again with many accusations, many libels, and again, the pogrom, many Jews or a number of Jews being killed. But the government over here did intervene. The government at that time made it clear that it would be impossible to accuse or to make a liable on a Jew for doing whatever the priests were saying they were doing, which was obviously untrue and quite outrageous. The Jews are doing it, the Christians at an early age of the government at the time said that there would not be possible for such accusations to be made. Even though in general there was tolerance, however, it was lifestyle wasn't still that simple. There was still degrees of Jewish ability. After all, you are Jews. You are Jews. Everywhere there was the impossibility of the Jews living in capital, being allowed to have a certain content on the houses they could build, and they could build in a similar that it reinforced the limited Jewish ability. With the juggling, building their own community or something, which should be quite a privilege, something that they were not able to do as freely as in other places, together with to cope, to wait away from the other side of things, the scientific side of things. From this, there was something quite unique. In the year 1551, 150 years where Jews had come into power, Jewish community had become very strong. And something was instituted which was quite unprecedented before history, and it's not happened afterwards either. It was called the Committee of the Firm Lands. In August 1550, the King of Poland was Augustus. What he did is he named it the self-government, a self-governing committee, a self-governing body of the Jews. This was called the Committee of the Firm Lands. There was the Free Lands, there was Poland, Pennsylvania, Russia, Poland, and so and also you had the Greater Poland, Little Poland, countries, some countries, and they had the capability of electing a chief rabbi. Somebody who would be free. I wrote this at a month to make it right, or else the government is entitled property to the government. So everything was sort of happy the government was happy because that makes them extra cash. People will not mess around with it. And were able to get a lot of good things, a lot of solid institutions for the community to be able to get through with the power that they were given in the Polish colony. As I said before, there were some changes, but it was in the middle of the 1600s, it became three countries before it became Poland, Lithuania, Russia, Poland, the way the other things on its own. So that we started on that process of on a little pick up its name. The bad process would meet twice a year to decide on major things pertaining to the Jewish community. The small issues were given taken care of by the people that they called the community. Community council, each town, each city had its community council that convened and they would decide things for the local community. Back in the process of lifting everything, some eventually had to go to the greater community had control. There was the traumatizing everything together was a great failure. All of great leaders and great community activists come to that together. And besides being a good things were decided, it was also a tremendously uplifting time when shared terror, so on and so forth. Part of the activities of the part of the community was to restructure somebody who is going to see the group of the community behind Rabbi in the governmental hierarchy in the rich and powerful as they say behind those are the conversations basically to ensure through what's going on they would keep it very close keep it very something that they would see that wasn't really right immediately. Something about it. Also instituted the system, the place where Jewish children would get Jewish education and Jewish life started to blossom. There was a system would work. You could see parents were able to pay, and they would pay, they would get better service. The teacher, Rabbi, who was able to teach the children well, so not able to pay the real money. Many community would have somebody who had a teacher there who was going to teach any child wasn't able to pay. They would go to the Talmud Torah. So there was the figure that was the teachers who were teach money, and then there was those who were paid what ended up being the Jewish child without an education, traditional Jewish education. It was a public school system in the 1500s. So, the education, many of the peasants were illiterate. They go to school just for all eternity, were sending, educating their children. And this was something that this time was really strong about was education. When children go to Canada, they grow up, yeshivas started to give number of boys on a certain day, give them a meal, house, so on and so forth. Shabbos, you had maybe some people afterwards, Shabbos, going to be a time to them. Similar ideas of sleeping, many of them quarters, each arranging things. Often there was the community provided certain places in Yeshiva, so that's the way that the idea was. It was the community that got together to support the Yeshiva. So it's very beautiful. And the English the value of that, to serve such Yeshivas. He says that they deal with non-existent in-house providing for everything. At that time, it was all the couple was yeshivas. Since you had your own, we have a great leaders, great ones of terror that could maybe Israel, the great ones of Israel. There were many at this time of return peace, and then we find a tremendous influx in terms of learning and teaching giants of terror that came around the time, and we will go through some of them. In the fourth revolution, was born in 1530, his father was the community leader, the partners, the community, and his name was Yisrael, and Rabbi already at a young age, was appointed to be chief rabbi of Krakow. This person just got it that way, and he was at a young age, he was appointed to that job. Is not Rothschild, she's known in the Jewish backwards and forwards with Rabbi Yosef Khan, with the code of Jewish. I mentioned earlier that Rabbi Yosef Khan was written by a Sephardi, was not in Spain. Was not a young boy, rather was in Spain, but the Spanish expulsion was the code of Jerusalem. He was going to write, according to the Jesus, going to be prevalent Sephardic Jewry. So the piece, Shulchan Aruch, the code of Jerusalem reached refugees, so he decided that if refugees of Europe well, the Rothschild was going to provide a tablecloth for the table. He was going to gloss the set with notes which were going to contain drawings which Ashkenazi Jewry had collected up over the centuries and had not really reached the Sephardic world or vice versa for that matter, because of the lack of communication. So that's what he did. And today his book is learned by thousands. If you learn the code of Jerusalem, you will have right over there in God, you will have angels and the names and figure out. Jesus was a servant, he was a scribe, that was written by gravestone, which was very, very frequented by hundreds and hundreds of people, especially on the Jewish north side. Similar ideas to the gravestone eruption in Israel. Similar idea actually happened. Is that the gravestone of the remote business, the remote that be reverberating again on a daily basis. There are thousands and thousands of people who learn because the Jewish non-official program. The next one we're going to talk about is the official. These people are acronyms for the names which letters which stand for their name. And if you tell somebody, they're talking about the Rothschild. Rothschild, this is a word just the Rothschild, Maria was 1510 he was the she was a very sharp individual. He was very opposed actually to learn the Shulchan, learn the Jewish at his. And the Jews was not even new. So it's you can't just learn this these things. You have to learn the background. You have to know the background of intelligence. Although he did something he did proposed the works of Allah himself, a lot of times arguing, taking the task, both in the Rothschild and the Shulchan itself, as well as other before him. As well as the military of the him to learn, to spend his life in learning and commentary on the Talmud, and then what was known as traditional peoples after his ability to be like us, and a Christian. He wrote one of the most classic commentaries on the Talmud. In fact, if you open it, any volume today of the shots, the traditional shots that exist, printed, which was printed in Lithuania, you will find the Talmud. That's one of the first commentaries, the first commentary on the Rothschild. Explanation on the answer contradictions. There was Kedushay HaKodesh is a very fascinating show. He explains not the discussion of the Lord, but explains organic cut to the Talmud story and the stories parts of the Talmud where the Talmud starts explaining verses on the Tanakh and various, ethics and many different things. The Talmud is that we mentioned the other time. It's a theme where everything is going on, and the agnostic elements of the Talmud sometimes be very cryptic. About explaining a very cut of these pieces in the Talmud. It should be tremendous. Discussion of the Talmud is printed with many editions of the Talmud, and he is famous for having a golden. It's like sitting in a car. It just really teaches you to get more. It teaches you the piece of Talmud, the first piece of the source of the machine. He explains the most beautiful style of very famous Jewish community, which was the hundreds of towns, villages, and cities. But this one is very difficult to ignore. It was the crown of Eastern Europe for many, many years. The community of Prague. God was one of the oldest communities. Started around the 1100 before. It started and stopped. There was actually a man who was the first to proceed on behalf of the Jewish community. He was called the Yosselman. He was a very famous gentleman of historic significance. One of the things he did was when the governor was in charge of control of private buildings, he was the one who would enable with his expertise in the government to re-ethnic the Jewish community. Probably the most famous individual was associated with the city of Prague. It's a man of Prague. He was called Rabbi, and he was a man of tremendous greatness. Many, many books. He was the rabbi of many, many books. And on many, many subjects he has a he really created knowledge, but also introduced Jewish. One of the Hasidic, he started it's fascinating, very fascinating to read the books of the Maharal. Just so many things from the from a very, very beautiful and different Prague is surely still stands today. The oldest function and it's still standing. He was very well versed in the sciences and philosophy. He was actually a Robert Gans, who was the greatest astronomer. And because of all his qualities, his leadership qualities, his thinking, his knowledge in all facets of knowledge, he was a great friend to Rudolf II, who ruled Poland at the time. Obviously, did a lot of good things for the Jewish community. Morale in Jewish tradition as the Golem of Prague was because of his time. Unfortunately, the Bible was very much out of hand before Jews Christian. That's a terrible Bible, which was obviously as untrue as could be, but was constantly the Jewish people. History. The number of problems, the great somebody which was sort of a cast the fear of the Jewish community of those who wanted to destroy it, to make people alive. And the guy was to be it's a right, such a good bit. It's not a case. I swear that happens. So perhaps you go dollar all months. So cover, right? Dr. Ray. That's called the PhD element of